Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the council meeting for Monday, March the 20th, 2023. Please rise now for the playing of the national anthem and a moment of reflection.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. Carton bras et portez le paix. Il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Please be seated. I'll now look to Councillor Ratzlaff to read the land acknowledgement.
The land on which council meets today is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe peoples, many of whom continue to live and work here today. This territory is covered by the Upper Canada Treaties and is within the land protected by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Agreement. Today, this gathering place is home to many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples. Acknowledging this is a reminder that our great standard of living is directly related to the resources and friendship of Indigenous people.
Thank you, Councillor Ratzlaff. And thank you, everybody, for joining us tonight on the first day of spring. Before I get too far into things, I did just want to raise something to council. Just to note something that was raised, members of the public, after our last meeting. There was some crosstalk at a few points during the meeting, and I guess the new system that we have in place, the mics are very sensitive and are picking up crosstalk conversations, even when people's mics aren't on. So if I could just ask if we could try and keep the crosstalk to a minimum and keep volume to a minimum. We don't want that getting into the microphones and then being on the YouTube feed, which can cause difficulties for people who are trying to follow along at home. I wanted to begin this evening's mayor's report first by, to the best of my ability, correcting an oversight from the last council meeting. During the discussion on the stairs in Port Dalhousie, a presenter brought forward an incident during her presentation which discussed a hate incident that she had experienced. And at the time, amid making sure we were properly following procedure, I didn't totally catch the comments and so did not acknowledge it when it came time after the presenter had been finished. So I wanted to apologize to the presenters from last week and to those in the community for that oversight. It's my role as the head of council to acknowledge when those things take place. It wasn't a huge part of the comments. It wasn't the thrust of the presenter's comments, but the comments were still made and I should have acknowledged it at the time. So my apologies to those in the community for that. I am sorry. On behalf of council and city staff, I'd like to extend condolences to the family and friends of John Muini, who passed away at the age of 90. Mr. Muini was the founding president of the St. Catharines Jets Soccer League, which was the city's first league dedicated to female soccer, established in 1971. He was a tireless volunteer who gave back so much to his community, including the opportunity for a generation of female soccer players to play in their own league, many of whom have gone on to play at all levels of soccer across the country and beyond. Thank you to your contributions to the city of St. Catharines. In some news, earlier this month, the city hosted a community meeting regarding the January 12th fire at 20 Kiefer Road. Staff from the city were joined by representatives from a number of different regional and provincial agencies to provide an update for Port Weller East residents, as well as ward councillors, Councillor Phillips and Councillor Dodge, and also Councillor Stevens was in attendance. I want to thank residents for their patience. I remarked to both the ward councillors and a number of folks that it was one of the best public meetings that I've been to in a very long time. The residents who came had good questions, thoroughly researched, and they were very patient. And I thought took the best type of attitude to an incident like this and the information that was presented. I want to give very special thanks to Fire Chief Dave Upper, CAO Dave Oakes, and the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks and Niagara Region Public Health, their officials. They came out and I think they put many of the members of the public who were present, their minds at ease, specifically as it relates to the safety of the drinking water and air quality. I also want to take a moment. This is the first meeting that we've had since my State of the City. I want to thank everybody who was able to attend or watch online. And special thanks to the Greater Niagara Chamber of Commerce for hosting the event. I've been told it was a sellout. I don't know if that's normal or not, but I will take that as a resounding success. After only 4 short months, we have already begun to put in place the policies and plans that we need to get to the bright future we all desire for our community, and I appreciate that I had the opportunity to share that message with the community. On March 8th, we celebrated International Women's Day, a day dedicated to celebrating the social, economic, cultural, and political achievements of women. Gender bias exists, and acknowledging this is crucial to defeating it, but together we can continue to fight against and build awareness around the issues that local women and their families are facing and work together to end the stigma around the barriers that women face daily. On March 10th, we celebrated Harriet Tubman, a woman of strength, determination, and honor, by raising the Pan-African flag here at City Hall. We were joined by students from Harriet Tubman Public School, along with Rochelle Bush of Salem Chapel and Dr. Tapo from Future Black Female. I also want to thank Saleh Wazirudin and the Niagara Region Anti-Racism Association, members of the city's Anti-Racism Advisory Committee, for their hard work and collaboration in coordinating the celebration. I also want to thank, and I'm going to try and make sure I remember everybody, Councillor Dodge, Councillor McPherson, Councillor Stevens. Am I missing anybody? No, and myself, who all managed to wear exactly the same shirt that day, the St. Catharines 1876 shirt, making it look like we were a hockey team. I also do want to thank Councillor McPherson for representing me at the 33rd Annual Harriet Tubman Day celebration at Salem Chapel, so thank you, Councillor McPherson. This past weekend, we celebrated Transit Operator and Worker Appreciation Day, and I want to take this opportunity to recognize and express gratitude towards every team member of St. Catharines Transit Commission who have now transitioned to the Niagara Region Transit, so that's operators, cleaners, service persons, technicians, dispatchers, customer service reps, and supervisors. These are the folks that continue to move transit forward in our region. Spring is finally here, and with it comes a new slate of the city's recreation programs and swimming lessons. Spring program registration is set to open this week, with St. Catharines residents getting the first opportunity to sign up. Residents who do want to sign up for rec programs, swimming lessons, and other aquatic programming can do so online tomorrow at 6 p.m. on Active STC. In-person registration will start on March the 22nd at 8:30 a.m. at the Kiwanis Aquatic Center. And a reminder to residents that spots are limited for programming, so please get yourself registered. You can check out stcatharines.ca/active-STC programs for more information about that. Today, I was pleased to join CAA Niagara at the official opening of their newest and largest branch yet, located inside the Penn Center. They have closed the Lake Street branch and are now open at the Penn Center. It offers extended evening hours at the new branch, making it more accessible to members of the community. And it also includes a community retail space aimed at supporting small businesses and artisans across the region. Further to their community efforts, their regular ongoing community efforts, they also announced a new partnership with Feed Niagara today, which is a coalition of 10 food banks across the region. And they started that off with a $100,000 donation to reduce food insecurity across Niagara. So congratulations to CAA Niagara for the opening of their new location and all the work that they continue to do in our community. Today was also International Francophonie Day. According to Bonjour Niagara, there are 15,000 plus Francophones living in the Niagara region, with City of St. Catharines having the second highest number of Francophones in our community. So today we take the opportunity to recognize and celebrate the heritage, the richness, and the strength of the French language across our city. Today is also Persian New Year, or Nowruz, celebrated by Canada's Iranian community with a concert, fires, and festivities in mid-March each year. Nowruz means new day and celebrates new beginnings. It coincides with the start of the spring season and represents peace, solidarity, reconciliation, and neighborliness. So happy Nowruz to all those who are celebrating. And I will simply say that you could not pick a better day than the first day of spring to have a celebration of that sort. And now I'm going to get into OFSA congratulations. And this is going to take a while because there are a lot of people to congratulate and send off to OFSA over the next couple of days. Last mayor's report, I wish good luck to local high school teams heading to their respective OFSA championships. I'm happy to report, first of all, St. Francis came home with a gold medal in boys AA basketball. Sir Winston Churchill secured a bronze medal on their home court in girls AA volleyball championships. 3 local wrestlers medaled in their respective categories at OFSA. Congrats to Zubin Gata, who won gold, Charlotte Boslau, who won silver, and Akira Grieve, who won bronze, all 3 wrestlers from Eden Secondary School. In the pool, there was more success. Evie Layton won a silver and bronze, and Leela Lane, a bronze, both from Eden, as well as Autumn Crow, a gold and a silver, and Talia Nixon, a gold and a silver, both from Ridley College. Those are OFSA swimming medals. Tomorrow night, I get to bring greetings to teams in attendance for the 2023 OFSA Single and AA Boys Hockey Championships being hosted by Dennis Morris Catholic. On behalf of St. Catharines City Council, I am looking forward to welcoming and wishing the best of luck to all the athletes, parents, coaches, OFSA reps, and volunteers. Both St. Francis and Dennis Morris Catholic Secondary Schools will be representing our community on the ice this coming week, so we wish good luck to them all. And even though I am wishing good luck to all of the competitors, I'm wishing more good luck to the St. Catharines teams. On the OFSA trend continuing, good luck to Holy Cross and the Holy Cross Raiders as they compete at the OFSA Girls Single A AA Hockey Championships in Stratford. They dominated the regular season, going undefeated. They beat Sir Winston in the SASA finals. They have a strong team on the ice, and they are beginning their bid for a provincial championship on Tuesday afternoon. So good luck, girls. And finally, good luck to the Eden Flyers girls curling team and the Eden Flyers boys curling team at their OFSA championship this weekend in North Bay. And I will just say the number of times I said Eden all the way through here, Eden Secondary School is clearly a sports powerhouse, and good luck to all of their athletes. And finally, and this, a number of us were here for this, but today, and maybe not today, maybe in a couple days, but this week marks 10 years ago, the closing of the St. Catharines General Hospital and the official opening of the St. Catharines site of Niagara Health. The opening of the St. Catharines site meant Niagara residents wouldn't have to travel out of region for a lot of different treatments. In addition, new and enhanced regional programs were introduced. We changed how care was delivered in Niagara. And it advanced technology and allowed more recruitment of staff and physicians. So congratulations to everyone at Niagara Health, and thank you for providing the care that our community deserves. At this point, I will turn it over to the CAO, who has a note for council.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to provide some information to the mayor and council related to some correspondence that you would have received in the sugar sink over the weekend. The correspondence was placed and not in the open session for a variety of grounds, specifically as they relate to questioning the conduct of identifiable members of our administrative team. I want to ensure you that we did not block the correspondence from reaching council, and it was provided to you directly. While we will not publicly publish the correspondence for those reasons noted, I would like to take the opportunity to publicly address questions raised in the letter as they relate to the lands at 282-285 Ontario Street, where I'm able to provide information in a way that does not question the professional integrity of our team members or damage the deep regard we have for the expertise and professionalism of our entire staff team. Number one, did the city staff attempt to disregard, minimize, or transfer environmental risks from the property owners to the taxpayers? The answer is no. As per provincial regulation, policies and procedures are in place to ensure the development of a more sensitive use cannot occur until a record of site condition and/or risk assessment is provided and approved by the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks. Any development other than employment uses can only proceed once it has been demonstrated to the city and the ministry that any potential contamination of the site has been evaluated and addressed, and that the lands are suitable for the proposed use. The second question, did city staff act outside of regular development processes without council's knowledge? Again, the answer is no. As part of our regular processes, consultations between potential developers are scheduled with various city departments, other agencies, and in many instances, the mayor's office, where city staff provide accurate information, direction on legislative requirements and planning procedures, as well as advising on the next steps within the process. All necessary approvals related to this site have come before council, and the city has gone above legislative requirements through initiatives like enhanced website content and facilitating informational meetings for the public and provincial ministries. We've had several meetings with the Ministry of Environment, we've had open houses, and we have provided a website on our city site that provides all of this information as we receive it. Without reservation, I'm reaffirming my complete trust and confidence in the ethics, professional integrity of our staff, and I wholeheartedly reject any unfounded allegations or insinuations of improper conduct. With these responses provided as part of the public record, I trust these questions have been addressed to council's satisfaction. And I would note to all of members of council as well as the public, all of this information has been on the city website. All you have to do is go to stcatharines.ca, type in 282/285 Ontario Street, and there'll be a complete list of all of that information. I just wanted to provide that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Oakes. Now, before we go too much farther, I normally do the round table, but I just want to make one correction. Good luck to the Sir Winston Churchill Bulldogs girls curling team that is going to OFSA, not Eden. Eden is going for the boys, but not for the girls. I just want to make sure I got that on the record. My son goes to Sir Winston, and I would have gotten an earful if I had made that mistake. So my apologies for that. I do usually go around the table at this time, but before I do that, Councillor Garcia, I can open you up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, can I ask the question of the CAO about what he just stated, or?
I think we could, so long as it stays within the confines of
I was just
open session,
wondering,
yes.
One of the comments when looking at that letter that they make is about a discussion regarding the city lobbying the NPCA on their behalf. Is that something you can address in terms of what happened there?
Certainly, the city staff do not lobby the MPCA. MPCA is one of the agencies that provide commentary and any of that. So we actively work with them through our planning services and economic development teams on any development, but there's absolutely no lobbying being done on behalf of anybody.
Right, but according to this, they did ask you to do that. Is that correct? Or?
It was asked, but that did not happen.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I make a comment as part of the circle now?
100%.
Yes.
Go for it.
So I just wanted to add that Saturday night I had the opportunity to attend a special event held at the Brown Homestead. And for those of you that may not be familiar, or members of the public, the Brown Homestead, situated at the bottom of Pelham Road there near Short Hills, is the oldest home in St. Catharines, has been identified as, dating from before the War of 1812. And it was purchased by a family that are descendants of the original family, and they set up a charity and have been very busy restoring this historic home. And I had an opportunity to see the latest restoration efforts, and I encourage anybody who gets an opportunity to go and see it. It's just fantastic work that they have done, and with professionals. And as I said, it is the oldest home in St. Catharines. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Garcia. And I will just say, I do watch a lot of council's social media, and I saw the write-up that you put up, and I thought it was an excellent write-up talking about exactly what the Brown Homestead does. And it's a gem that a lot of people aren't aware of in that part of the city. Is there anybody else? Councillor Williamson. Can we just click on to Councillor Williamson for me? I make mistakes all the time.
We all make mistakes. The Grantham Optimist Club is holding a trivia night on Saturday night. If anyone wants to take on the squad, they're welcome to join. It's $20. They've held the price at $20, and it's the first one they've had in 3 years, so should be interesting to be back in person. And St. John's Church in Port Dalhousie is hosting a community chili supper, which is for a good cause, local outreach, and that's on Thursday from 5 to 6:30 at 80 Main Street. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, just a shout out to the St. Catharines Junior B Falcons, who take on Caledonia tonight, game 3 of the series, tied 1-1. So go Falcons, go. And let's hope they get to the Southern Cup Finals this year.
Thank you, Councillor. And yes, go Falcons, go. They had an exceptional comeback on Saturday night to make sure they tied the series up. So fingers crossed they can get the win this evening. Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A sure sign of spring, other than the calendar number, is the fact that Welland Canal is going to be opening on Wednesday. First upbound ship will go through at 10 o'clock in the morning. Residents are welcome to attend the ceremony, as obviously are councillors. So I just want to remind everyone of that.
Excellent. I'm looking forward to that one as well. Councillor Lindell.
The Meriton Lions Club on April the 1st is hosting their last public skate at the Meriton Centennial Community Arena, and that will be from 1 till 4. So if you want to come for a nice public skate, say goodbye to Jeff Crane. That'll be from 1 till 4 on April the 1st.
Not say goodbye to Jeff Crane, just good job and we'll see you later on in the community. Okay. All right, is there anybody else who wants to add on to the mayor's report? And for those who didn't know, generally I take all the stuff that you throw in and I put it into the video. I don't know if anybody ever gets to the end of one of those videos, but if you do, I put that stuff in there as well. All right, moving on. Adoption of the agendas. Madam Clerk?
So there's a few items of additional correspondence that were placed in Council Sugar Sync folder. The first 3 are confidential memorandums from the Deputy Clerk regarding appointments of citizen members to boards and task forces. These are the first one's for the Fallen Firefighters Memorial Task Force, the 2029 Historic Canals Task Force, and the Neil Peart Commemorative Task Force. The second is for the St. Catharines Public Library Board of Directors. The third is for the Niagara District Airport Commission Board of Directors. Upon approval, the individuals will be named in the minutes. As the fourth item is a letter from the Coalition for a Better St. Catharines. And the final item is a memo from the Deputy Clerk regarding a proposed amendment to the Neil Peart Commemorative Task Force, further to an upcoming amendment from Councillor Williamson.
All right. Councillor Garcia, did you still want to add an additional reason for going in, or?
Thank you. No, Mr. Mayor, I think the CAO has covered it. So.
Excellent. Thank you, Councillor Garcia. Can I have a motion to adopt the agenda as amended? Councillor Lindell, seconded by Councillor Phillips. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Adoption of the minutes. That council adopt the minutes of the meeting of council held on March 6, 2023. Mover and seconder. Councillor Phillips, Councillor Townsend, all in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. Declarations of interest. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest this evening? Seeing none. As a reminder, though, councilors are always required to submit written statements of declarations via the online form on your iPads. Item number 5 is the motion to move consent reports. No items have been requested to be moved from consent to discussion. I, however, would like to request that council endorse item 6.4, sub-item number 1, a resolution from the municipality of Trent Lakes regarding the oath of office. Can I have a mover for this? Councillor Townsend is moving the consent agenda, save and accept those items brought forward for discussion. Can we get a recorded vote? Oh, wait a minute, Councillor Miller.
Just point of order, can we vote on that 6.4 number 1 separately?
Sure. I'm going to give everybody a moment just to read through the item so that everybody knows. 6.4, which is correspondence, item number 1. Sub-item 1 on the correspondence list. So it's a a motion, the therefore be it resolved is that council request to the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing that the following changes be made to the municipal oath of office. I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, and that I will faithfully observe the laws of Canada, including the Constitution, which recognizes and affirms the Aboriginal and treaty rights of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples, and further that it be circulated to all. Essentially, it's saying that the Truth and Reconciliation Commission outlines specific calls to action for municipal governments to act on, including education and collaboration, and one of those things would be that the oath of office include observing the laws of Canada, including Aboriginal and treaty rights of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. So at this time, well, before we go any further, does anybody want to, we can't really discuss that one, can we? Because it's the consent agenda. Does anybody have any questions regarding it before we move? All right, then I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
So we're going to vote first on the sub-item from the correspondence. So it's to change it from receive the correspondence to endorse the correspondence.
Counselor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wonder if our legal staff has vetted this and if they have any concerns with us endorsing it.
I'll look to Mr. Chanyi.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you for the question. We don't have any concerns.
I'm sorry?
We do not have any concerns.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Madam Clerk?
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes?
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
Appreciate the separated vote there, Councillor Miller. It was unanimous, as Councillor Harris would say. Now the balance of the consent agenda.
So today's consent agenda includes item 6.1, financial management services. It's the 2022 council remuneration and expense report. Item 6.2, engineering facilities and environmental services, 2022 summary report for the St. Catharines drinking water distribution system. And this report is required under the Safe Drinking Water Act. Item 6.3 from Legal and Clerk Services, appointment of the Integrity Commissioner. And item 6.4, Legal and Clerk Services, council correspondence. Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes?
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
Excellent. For those who are curious, we don't put if there's only one person on Zoom, we don't put them up on the screen anymore because it was kind of disconcerting to have one floating head looking down on everybody. So that's why it's a disembodied voice coming from the speakers, but Councillor Harris is on Zoom, just so everybody's clear. Yeah. When the meeting started, he was peering down on us, and it's disconcerting. All right, moving on to item number 7, public meetings. Planning and Building Services, Planning Services application to amend official plan and zoning bylaw 2013-283, subject lands 10 Canal Street, owners Shane Wall and Wolfgang Gumbel. Purpose of this public meeting is to ensure that sufficient information is available for the public to understand the proposed official plan and zoning amendment regarding 10 Canal Street, to provide the public with an opportunity for input before council's decision. If a person does not make an oral or written submission prior to the council decision, that person is not entitled to appeal the decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal and may not be added as a party to the hearing of any appeal by others without the permission of the tribunal. The public meeting will proceed as follows. Staff will explain the application to amend the official plan zoning bylaw. The agent, Curtis Thompson of Better Neighborhoods, Inc., will provide comments, and council will have an opportunity to ask the agent questions. 3, members of the public wishing to delegate were advised to RSVP with the Office of the City Clerk by 9 a.m. today. No one requested to speak. Does anyone else in attendance wish to speak on this item? After that, the public meeting will be closed, and then council will be able to ask questions about the report recommendation and will consider the report. So as a reminder to council, you'll be able to ask questions about the report after we have closed the public meeting. So at this time, the public meeting is now open. And I will now call upon Evan Och, Planner 1, to present on the application to amend the official plan and the zoning bylaw, subject lands, 10 Canal Street.
Okay, good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council, senior staff, members of the public. My name is Evan Och, Planner 1 with the city, presenting tonight on 10 Canal Street. An application for an official plan amendment and a zoning bylaw amendment. So just a reminder on the location, it is indeed 10 Canal Street on the northwest side of Canal Street between Locke Street and Gertrude Street. The subject lands currently include a detached dwelling and with an accessory building. The lands that are actually going to be redesignated and rezoned primarily involve this hillside that is centered out in the photo. Surrounding land uses to the site, so to the north, is 9 and 15 Locke Street, which are commercial uses fronting onto Locke Street. To the east are residential dwellings fronting onto Canal Street. There's a mix of densities, there's a mix of dwelling types. Some are multi-unit. And also, I guess, to the northeast is more commercial buildings fronting onto Locke Street. To the south, we have more residential dwellings fronting onto Canal Street and then Gertrude Street. And on the screen right now, the dwelling on the right is the dwelling on 10 Canal, and that garage is the detached garage. And to the west, not the clearest photo, I took it from the balcony on 9 Locke Street. But we're looking at commercial uses on the neighboring property at 15 Locke Street, which is currently a patio for a commercial establishment. The purpose of this application is to fulfill conditions of a consent to boundary adjustment, which is a committee of adjustment application where one landowner can carve off a bit of their property to sell to an adjoining property owner. So in October 2022, a boundary adjustment was approved for 10 Canal Street, where about 79 square meters, being Part A, the darker green rectangle, would be removed from 10 Canal Street and added to 15 Locke Street, the lighter shaded green area. And then 91 square meters, being Part B, the darker apricot color, is being removed from 10 Canal and will be joining 9 Locke Street, which is the lighter amber color. So the total lot area right now is about 1,010 square meters. After the boundary adjustment is completed, should every application be approved, the residential lot will be about 840 square meters in size. The site plan is fairly self-explanatory. There is no new development being proposed on the lands that are subject to this application. There is a proposed addition at the rear of 9 Locke Street, and it is not subject to this application. It's shown on the plan to fulfill staff requests that any future development on adjacent lands be shown, just to ensure that it is not actually going to be on the lands that are under subject to this application. So that addition is in conceptual stage right now, and it will be subject to future planning applications, including a heritage permit. For provincial policy context, we evaluated the proposal against the provincial policy statement and the growth plan for 2020, or sorry, the growth plan for for Southern Ontario, and found that the proposal is in keeping with provincial policy. Sorry, it's the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe. For the regional policy context, we again evaluated the applications against the regional official plan, the 2022 edition, and found that the proposal is in keeping with regional policy. City policy context, the property of the whole of 10 Canal Street is presently designated neighborhood residential on Schedule D1 of the city's official plan, and further designated low-density residential on Schedule E1 1A of the city's official plan, which is the Port Dalhousie secondary plan. The current zoning is low-density residential, traditional neighborhood with special provision 7 being a limit to building height. So the property is indeed, as mentioned, located in the Port Dalhousie secondary plan area and is also located in the Port Dalhousie Heritage Conservation District. The applications were circulated to the city's heritage planner and no concerns or objections were raised. So the proposed official plan amendment will change the designation on the lands that will merge with the commercial properties to commercial on Schedule D1 and further community commercial on Schedule E1 1A. And the proposal will remove low-density residential uses from the property and permit a variety of commercial uses and services, as well as apartment buildings, with an exception, but I'll get to that later. Building height on the subject lands will remain limited to 9 meters in the Port Dalhousie secondary plan. So this schedule is showing what D1 currently looks like. The area in the box is the lands that are being redesignated, currently neighborhood residential, and will be redesignated to commercial. Again, E1A1 showing that the lands are currently low-density residential, and should the application for official plan amendment be approved, will be redesignated to community commercial. The proposed zoning bylaw amendment will change the zoning on the lands that will merge with the commercial properties to community commercial with special provision 9 and 173, of which I'll touch on later. Community commercial zoning will permit a variety of commercial uses as well as apartment buildings. And the zoning bylaw amendment will also change zoning on the lands with the detached dwelling to low-density residential with special provision 7 and special provision 173, which again I will touch on later. The building height on the subject lands will remain limited to 9 meters in the zoning bylaw. So the building height will be protected in both the official plan and the zoning bylaw. And we have the current zoning schedule showing the entire property as R2. -7, or special provision 7, and the zoning bylaw amendment showing the land being transferred, being rezoned to community commercial, and the dwelling retaining the R2 zoning. So special provisions 7 and 9, which currently exist in the zoning bylaw and apply to multiple properties in Port Dalhousie, the lands that are remaining R2 with the residential dwelling will remain with special provision 7, which limits building height to 9 meters. The lands being rezoned to C2 will gain special provision 9, which includes the following provisions. Ground floor dwelling units are prohibited, which means an apartment building on these sites, on this site, could not actually have ground floor dwelling units, so any apartment building would actually be a mixed-use building or a building with accessory apartments. Non-residential uses are exempt from the zoning bylaws parking requirements. hotels and motels are permitted, and a 0-meter front yard and exterior side yard setback is permitted. Special Provision 173, which is being created through the zoning bylaw amendment, will apply to both the commercial and the residential parts of the subject lands. For the residential lands, it will recognize the lot area of about 840 square meters for a detached dwelling, whereas the zoning bylaw currently permits a maximum lot size of 465 square meters for a detached dwelling in the R2 zone. For the commercial lands, it will prohibit car wash, motor vehicle gas stations, and motor vehicle repair garages on the commercial lands, and it will limit building height on the commercial lands to 9 meters. The height limit, important to note, will apply only to the lands that are being transferred to 9 and 15 Locke Street. The height limit on the balance of 9 and 15 Locke, or the lots as they are currently constituted, will remain 11 meters. So staff analyzed the proposal. We circulated it to all relevant commenting departments and agencies. No objections were received. Staff found that the policies that guide the enlargement of community commercial centers are being met. Community commercial uses do not conflict with surrounding low-density residential neighborhood. The adding lands to commercial properties at 9 and 15 Locke will increase the viability of commercial operations, and limiting the height to 9 meters on lands being converted to commercial will ensure an appropriate transition to residential areas. And residential land on 10 Canal Street will be brought closer to conformity. Public consultation was held. We had an online open house circulated to, or notice of which was circulated to adjacent property owners, going to about 70 or 75 dwellings. No comments were received from the public. No members of the public attended the online open house. Notice of the public meeting was again circulated to adjacent property owners. Signs were posted on the property, and no comments have been received from the public as of earlier today. Therefore, council is recommending that, staff is recommending that council approve the recommendation to amend the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment, allowing the redesignation and rezoning of the subject lands in the proposed official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment are consistent with the provincial policy statement and conforms to and does not conflict with the growth plan, regional official plan, and the city's official plan. And thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Och. And just as a reminder to council, if you do have questions related to the presentation, we will have time in a few minutes. But before we get to that, I will now call the agent, Curtis Thompson, to present. Mr. Thompson?
Good evening, council, staff, and the public. My name is Curtis Thompson. I'm a planner with Better Neighborhoods in St. Catharines, representing the owner on the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment applications. This is full screen here, right? I will keep my presentation brief and a bit more high level. Mr. Och went over it really well. Are we able to get it full screen, or? As long as I can just scroll through it here. Oh, okay. I think it's under view, but anyways, there we go. So this image just demonstrates the lands that were subject to the severance that are conditionally approved by the city's Committee of Adjustment last fall, outlined in red, and that they'd be merging with the two parcels that front Canal Street, number 9 and 15 Locke Street. And just for council's clarity and the public, the immediate plans for development of the owner are for a small addition on the rear of number 9 Locke Street, which is has the Balzac's Coffee Shop. And for everyone's benefit, that lease is due to end in a couple years, so the owner's taking provisions to ensure that that tenant can remain in there for a longer time, and one of their requests is to improve accessibility of a washroom. So the addition that's only shown conceptually on this site plan is off the rear wall to improve storage and the accessibility for that washroom. And as Mr. Och pointed out before, a heritage permit would be required, as well as any other applications deemed necessary by staff. And there's no other development proposed on the retained parcel, being the house. I won't spend too much time on this. Lands being residential that are subject to the severance would become commercial. Similarly, these schedules look a bit different from planning staffs, but the nature of the application is that the zoning on the severed lands, currently shown in hatched orange there, that would merge with Canal Street. The Canal Street properties would become commercial. And in essence, the severance application has improved the geometry of the subject lands and the properties fronting Canal Street. The commercial lands have a bit awkward geometry, and by conveying land to specifically number 9 Lock Street, we're actually improving a legal non-compliant situation which had a deficient rear yard setback. And the land there, the boundary adjustment is actually going to be improving the functional utility of the commercial properties, such as storage, just accessibility, and given the topographic elevation of the lands, the lands being severed are more conducive to the properties fronting Lock Street and not the house. And I'm available for any questions of council.
All right, thank you, Mr. Thompson. I will go first to Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Thompson. I'm quite familiar with the property, and the owner did show me what he wanted to do some time ago. A couple of quick questions. I'm a little confused about the addition to 9 Lock. It will still remain within the current property envelope, so it doesn't in fact use any of that land that is being added?
Through the mayor, to the councillor, in terms of envelope, do you mean the existing permitted zoning envelope that?
Yeah, I'm saying that addition will not extend into the land that is being severed from 10 Canal and added to the back of it.
Through the mayor, yes, that's correct. It's not going to be actually encroaching on the new land being added to it. It's still staying within the current parcel.
Thank you. And something that didn't occur to me to ask the owner at the time, but I think at least a section of that land that is being added is still on the slope there. Do they plan to cut into that slope and level it somehow, or will they leave it like that?
Through the mayor to Councilor Garcia, there's no immediate plans for any development there. Should our client even desire to do that, it would be quite an undertaking. There are zoning issues that would prevent that from even happening. Mm-hmm. It's highly unlikely. There's also that large tree. The owner doesn't want to see it go. And just with the topography, it would be pretty challenging from a geotechnical perspective to pull off. And given access to Canal Street, it's more just a matter of the lands that are, like the lands that are being added, particularly that are similar in elevation to the existing properties fronting Canal Street, would actually serve a more functional utility for those buildings, but there's...
Which are large, sorry to interrupt, largely behind the brewery, right? Or fairly level there, I think.
Through the mayor, yeah, like probably about half of the lands being added, like five meters or so, are closer in elevation to the current buildings.
Okay, those are my questions, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Garcia. Any further questions for Mr. Thompson? All right, seeing none, thank you, Mr. Thompson, for your presentation. One last time, is there anybody in attendance who would like to speak to this? All right, seeing none, I get to bang the gavel. I don't know what you think you're doing over there, Chief, but I get to bang the gavel. That's why they give me a gavel. I need a motion to close the public meeting respecting the application. Councillor Dodge, Councillor Miller, all in favor? Opposed? That's carried. That's how you do that, Chief. The public meeting is now closed. The council is called to order. Persons wishing to receive notice of council's decisions should submit a written request to the office of the city clerk. And now to move the staff recommendation, I have Councillor Williamson, seconded by Councillor Garcia. And if we could have the staff recommendation put on the screen. It is very long. Are there any questions or comments? Councillor Williamson? I am not going to make you read the whole thing, but if you'd like to make a comment.
Well, hell has frozen over. There's a development in downtown Port Dalhousie that's not controversial, and not one single person made a comment on it. That's almost hard to believe.
Cats and dogs living together, Councillor. Cats and dogs living together. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to staff, I believe. First of all, I'm very supportive of any changes that will help our commercial core. So as Councillor Williamson said, I'm happy to see this, and if it helps the old Lions Hotel or the brewery now, that would be great. I just had a question of staff in terms of procedures. If we're saying that it is now being changed from residential back to commercial, or to commercial, and only those commercial uses listed are allowed, if at some time in the future, the owner, for whatever reason, decided that he wanted to change it to residential, that will require another public meeting process, is that correct? Or?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Excellent. Are there any other questions or comments with respect to the staff recommendation? Okay, I will only say, just building on what Councillor Williamson said, development in downtown Port Dalhousie, and it's non-controversial. There's a new mayor in town, and now there are non-controversial Port Dalhousie developments. I'm not going to try and tie one to the other. Just going to leave that there for public consumption. With that, I'll look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes?
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
That's a yes from Councillor Harris. Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
And
That was a
Mayor-
yes. Yeah.
Thank you. And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
And that's how you build a legacy, right there. All right, there are no presentations under number 8, so we move on to item number 9, 9.1 to be exact, Community Recreation and Culture Services, the Recreation Facilities Allocation Policy. I will now call on Lori Mambella, the Manager of Programs and Culture Services, and Bill Fenwick, the previous Chair of the Recreation Facilities Allocation Policy Subcommittee, to make a presentation prior to Council discussing the report. And I will say it is always nice when we have in-person presentations. These are my favorite kind.
So good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Lori Mambella, and I am the Manager of Recreation Programs and Culture Services for the City of St. Catharines. Joining me tonight is Mr. Bill Fenwick, and for those of you who are not familiar, Bill was the volunteer chair of the Games Services Committee for the 2022 Canada Summer Games, the former general manager of Integrated Services for the City of Welland, the former director of Culture and Recreation for the City of Hamilton, and the past director of Recreation and Community Services here at the City of St. Catharines for over 11 years. But last and not least, he was the chair of our Allocation Subcommittee. We are here this evening to present to you the draft Recreation Facilities Allocation Policy. If approved by Council, this new allocation policy would replace the existing ICE allocation policy. However, this new policy would include all city-owned and operated recreational facilities, not just arenas. This slide will provide a brief history regarding the development of the draft allocation policy. The 2015 Recreation Facilities and Programming Master Plan provided 2 recommendations. 1, to update the current ICE allocation policy, and 2, to create a new field allocation policy. The Rec Master Plan Advisory Committee, chaired by Mr. Jim Richardson for the last 4 years, who is here in attendance tonight, made the decision to create a dedicated recreation facilities allocation subcommittee. And that subcommittee consisted of staff and 6 very dedicated volunteers. The subcommittee endorsed the direction to have a more overarching policy with consistent priorities, which could be applied to all recreation facilities. The draft policy development process followed many steps, including the development of guiding principles, researching municipal comparators in Niagara and across Ontario, in addition to stakeholder and community engagement. The city received tremendous feedback from our stakeholder survey, which was launched in December of 2020. While the majority of user groups indicated that they were overall satisfied with their past allocation, there were some concerns raised regarding the need for a more updated and transparent allocation process.
As Laurie said, the Community Engagement Survey was launched in January of 2021. We received a number of responses, 569, when doing this type of a survey is an overwhelming number of receiving back information. The community survey asked some specific questions regarding preferences in allocation, and these results that are shown here under the most respondents, many indicated, and there's 5 points there. I won't go through them, but they led us as a subcommittee to help us guide how we handled the allocation policy. There was one unexpected response, however, in the majority of our community respondents that said that nonprofit user groups should not be given priority over profit and commercial user groups. We delved into that more deeply, and we felt that some of the information that was received was skewed somewhat in regards to the information of that one question that was answered.
After many months and much hard work, the allocation subcommittee completed a draft of the new allocation policy. The draft allocation policy proposes a new layered approach to allocation with 4 predominant layers listed on this slide. The first layer is the guiding principles. Creating these 7 guiding principles was one of the first tasks of the subcommittee and served as a reference throughout discussions and policy development. One of the guiding principles speaks to the commitment to continually review the allocation policy, as it is intended to be a living document and responsive to changing needs.
The second layer indicates allocation priorities in descending order. It reaffirms that public programming, such as public skating, public swimming, remains a higher priority than allocation to user groups. The highlights the importance for continued public access and the value of public programming.
Allotment is the third layer and a new term within the allocation policy. This new allocation policy represents a shift from allowing user groups to request how many primetime hours they would ideally like to have, to the city allotting them a specific number of primetime hours based on a data-driven formula. The allotment calculation is based upon a 3-year rolling average of actual primetime hours used in a typical season. This next slide demonstrates the benefits of the allotment formula, being both scalable and responsive to any sudden or long-term changes in facility inventory. Regardless of whether there are 100, 75, or 125 total prime time hours available, Group C, as an example, still retains its 40% proportionate access. When COVID-19 hit, there was no language in the city's ICE allocation policy to deal with the resulting circumstances. The amount of primetime ice available was reduced by over 50%, literally overnight. City staff had no alternative but to take this new allotment formula on a proverbial test drive. Staff pulled all the historical 3-year rolling average data and compiled it into a master allotment spreadsheet. Staff relied on this allotment data to inform and create the fairest and most transparent possible allocation throughout the entire pandemic.
The scoring matrix is also new and is the fourth and final layer in allocation. The scoring matrix is a much more sophisticated approach to ranking competing groups when there is a direct conflict to determine who will ultimately be given the preference in allocation. One thing that council should understand is the matrix is only used when 2 or more organizations have requested the same facility for the exact same time and date. Most requests are handled by staff through staff and association negotiations. So it's only in terms of a conflict when 1 or more groups are asking for exactly the same thing and staff haven't been able to negotiate anything better. Scoring matrix also has 8 criteria using the details of the weighted scoring system, which can be found in Appendix A of the report, basically pages 14 and 15 of the RFAP report. The user group with the highest cumulative score will get priority in allocation.
The new allocation policy also provides for a new approach for the hosting of tournaments and special events. The new policy proposes a cap on the total amount of tournaments in a season to ensure that there is balance with regular season play. Other benefits of the new allocation policy include new financial protocols which serve to increase fiscal responsibility and reduce financial risk to the corporation without becoming burdensome to the regular user groups. Also, there is an alignment with the city's R-zone policy with this new allocation policy. Failure to abide by the R-zone policy would result in immediate removal from the allocation process entirely. The subcommittee was very mindful of how a new allocation policy would be implemented to ensure that all existing user groups will be eligible for allocation moving forward. In other words, no user groups will be displaced when this new policy comes into effect. You are not the first ones who are seeing this draft allocation policy. When it was ready, the entire draft policy document was made available to the public, and the city hosted a virtual open house so that all stakeholders and community members could see it. 195 unique visitors viewed this draft policy. While there were relatively few comments or questions, the subcommittee did review all of those that were submitted. Both the subcommittee and the Rec Master Plan Advisory Committee have endorsed the draft policy before you this evening. However, we know from experience that the demand for primetime hours is always greater than the supply. No allocation, no matter how good it is going to change that fact. However, the subcommittee is confident that this new policy will modernize allocation without negatively impacting any of our existing user groups. That concludes our presentation. However, before we turn the discussion back over to Mayor and Council, we have taken the liberty of anticipating some of the questions that you might have. Number 1, what is the difference between capacity and allocation? Simply put, capacity is about how many facilities we have. Allocation is about how we divvy up those facilities. Conversations such as, we need another arena or we need another indoor pool, are questions that are guided by other strategic planning documents such as the city's arena or aquatic strategies. This allocation policy is not about the number of fields, rinks, or pools we have. It's about how we use what we have at any given time. Number 2, how will growth of existing user groups be accommodated in this policy? There are strategies in place to assist with growth, such as leveraging less popular primetime hours at arenas, giving existing allocation clients priority to turnbacks and canceled primetime hours, promoting unused primetime hours on weekends at our outdoor sports fields, and selling half-ice rentals to different user groups, just to name a few. However, the caveat remains the same, that the total number of facilities and the total number of primetime hours available does not increase just because a user group increases its membership or number of teams. Number 3, how do new user groups get into allocation? If they meet the eligibility guidelines outlined in the policy, new user groups would be welcomed into our allocation process. However, they would have to work to gradually build up historical usage and, like our other allocation clients, would be given priority to book turnbacks and other canceled primetime hours. If approved by City Council tonight, this new policy would come into effect immediately. However, any existing allocation permits which have already been issued for the upcoming spring and summer season would not be impacted. This concludes our presentation, and on behalf of Mr. Fenwick and myself, we would like to say thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Ms. Mambella and Mr. Fenwick. And if I'm just going to look, do I want to have someone move it and put it on the floor before we get into questions? All right. Can I have a mover and a seconder for the staff recommendation? Councillor Phillips, Councillor Ratzlaff. Okay, so it is now on the floor, and I do have Councillor Williamson is in the lineup in the queue. So Councillor Williamson, questions?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the presenters, thank you very much. Looks like a lot of work's gone into this, and I like what I hear, and I haven't heard any negative comments in the community, which is pretty remarkable when it comes to these kinds of things, as you know. Let's start with the positive. One thing that Councillor Garcia and I have been pushing for is public skating during March break, and we had public skating during March break. Hallelujah, and thank you for making that happen to whoever. Maybe the mayor's probably going to take credit for that too. I don't know, but that was wonderful to see. And then this is, I know, a partisan question, but Bill Burgoyne Arena, Memorial Arena had public skating over the years and hasn't had any. Is there going to be regularly scheduled public skating going back into Bill Burgoyne going forward?
Through the mayor to the councillor, it is our intention to have public skating at Bill Burgoyne Arena. One of the challenges we're having, though, to adding additional public skating at this time is staffing levels. So since the pandemic, we've had some challenges in recruiting and retaining some of the part-time staff that are required to add additional public skating hours, such as our facility monitors who take the money and the actual on-ice skate patrollers. So we are working to recruit additional staff, and that will help us in that endeavor.
I can see how that can be a challenge. Thank you. And then you talk about city-owned facilities. How does the Canada Summer Games facilities fit into this?
Through the mayor to the councillor. So we just completed the inaugural ice season at Canada Summer Games Park. The City of St. Catharines is one of the operating partners, and we did have a substantial amount of primetime ice available as part of our allocation. So we were able to take some of the ice user groups and ice sports that were displaced when Jack Gatecliff closed and to relocate them to the brand new facility at Canada Games Park.
Right, which leads me to my next question. I grew up in St. Catharines with Hague Bowl, Garden City, and Rexheimer's, all centrally located in downtown. Now all three of them are closed. We do have the Meridian Center, but it's largely a spectator facility. In terms of access for downtown kids and other people, because we don't have a good distribution of facilities across the city, is there anything we're doing to accommodate transportation for those who may have financial impediments to getting to the opportunity to play hockey or to figure skate or to public skate?
Yeah, through the mayor to the council, I'm going to defer to Director Christie to answer that question.
Thanks, Lori, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor, we didn't have that discussion as part of the allocation work, but we can certainly have that discussion moving forward. We just didn't factor that into this discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Christie. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. I've got Councillor Ratzlaff, followed by Councillor Phillips. Councillor Ratzlaff.
Thanks for the presentation. Through the mayor. Just my question is about kind of the feedback loop. How does the like people come to you with requests to use facilities. And I wonder, when you start seeing trends, like I'll use pickleball as an example, more people are playing pickleball than ever before. How does that then feed back into the plans around like the recreational master plan? Like how does that get back to staff and council that, you know, we're seeing these trends, there's more people looking for ice time, or there's more people looking for pickleball courts? Is that built into the allocation, or is that a different mechanism?
Through the mayor to the councillor, I'm going to defer to Director Christie again.
Yeah.
That's more of the overarching plans rather than this direct allocation policy.
Yeah, right.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So that's a great question, Councillor. We typically we take advantage of the fact that we have a wonderful group of people that make up our Recreation and Facilities Master Plan Advisory Committee. So that's usually our sounding board when we get feedback like that from other user groups. We make it as part of that committee's work plan for that year to figure out, okay, what are we going to do for allocation? What are we going to do to have the conversation of capacity versus allocation? Yeah. And then what we've done specific to the example that you just gave in terms of pickleball is we've had conversations between the pickleball user groups and the tennis groups to try and maximize opportunities at those types of facilities where similar activities can happen. So we've been able to, I'm going to say we haven't been all like 100% successful in integrating both types of activities in all of our services, but that's typically how we've been doing it, is try to bring groups together, work together, and build it into the work plan of the committee.
Yeah, that's great. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Ratzlaff. Councillor Phillips, followed by Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through Mr. Christie, I've requested that an update on our recreation master plan be given to council because it is quite old. I think it needs to be updated. And I think council needs to see what we've accomplished, what we're accomplishing, and where we're going. And I'm hoping that presentation will happen in the near future. As far as your allocation policies are concerned, do you see that being an important factor in redefining a new recreation master plan? I can direct that to Bill, I guess, because you've been through it before.
It definitely, any policy that's developed and approved by council goes into the next master plan, whether it's considered at this time or down the road. So yes, anything that council passes in regards to a policy that any subcommittee or any of the master plan, which is an arm of council, takes that consideration and moves with it. So definitely.
Thank you. And lastly, with the Canada Summer Games place being opened and Steimer's and Rex being closed, do we have enough ice time? According to the...
Through the mayor to the councillor, I believe the response that you would get from the majority of our user groups is no, but that would be the response that you would expect to get. Again, we'll never have enough prime time hours to meet all of the demand, but there needs to be a balance, obviously, with the non-prime hours and the times that the arenas sit potentially empty during the day. So we would look to the arena strategy for its recommendations for the inventory of arenas moving forward.
Thank you. That sounds very similar, Mr. Mayor, to the times when you and I and Councillor Williams used to sit on the ice allocation committee with our former recreation director. The same. There's never enough ice time. I think you could build 10 arenas in the city and still have not enough ice time. But thank you for a great report. And I know, having sat through many meetings with you folks, how hard you work at this, and you've really come through and done a great job. Thank you.
Memories of Arena Partners Committee. We all took our lumps on the Arena Partners Committee. Councillor Miller.
Thank you. Thanks for the report. A few questions, but these two are related. There's some suggestion of residency requirement, and staff may check that. Is that a realistic ask of staff?
Through the mayor to the councillor, we do intend, once the policy is approved, to do a random audit, but we would not have the capacity to audit every user group every year. We have approximately 106 different allocation clients, but through a random draw, we could potentially look at certain organizations just to ensure that they are meeting all of the eligibility requirements.
Okay, I appreciate that. To me, that flagged that as one that seemed maybe we weren't going to be able to enforce that, or it'd be difficult. And that sort of dovetails with the next question. With this allocation policy in place, presumably, does it change staff time, staff resources needed to administer, oversee allocation?
Through the mayor to the councillor, no, we do not anticipate that there would be any additional staffing requirements as for the approval of this policy.
Okay, and then one thing in the report I found interesting was that there was priority given for historic user group bookings, but then, unless I'm reading this wrong, there wasn't, if a user group, for example, when I played CYO hockey a long time ago at the Garden City Arena, the CYO had the same times, every year, every morning. How do you, and it helped them build the league, I think, because there's an expectation built in. So if I'm reading this right, they'd have priority to rebook, but not necessarily have priority to get those times year over year?
Through the mayor to the councillor, it's beneficial for user groups to have consistent ice times, days and times. I'm mindful, though, that a lot of our user groups are led by very dedicated volunteers, and sometimes the volunteer coaches' availability changes from season to season, and that requires some alterations to allocation. But we do try and provide that consistency where possible.
Okay. And just the last question, just with regards to the turnbacks, just for the process. So let's say, I book a tournament of any sport at a city facility 2 weeks before I say, you know what, actually, we're not going to do it. Now, our policy, what happens next, both, I guess, financially and to the time that has then been booked?
Through the mayor to the councillor, that's an excellent question. In the example of tournaments, we allow turnbacks with no financial penalty up to 30 days before the start of the tournament. If turnbacks are provided after the deadline, they are responsible for paying for that time whether they use it or not.
And would we rebook the time?
Yes, city staff have a resale program. We affectionately call it Ice Ice Baby, and we try and resell that program. I talked about priority reallocation to our existing user groups. That would be the type of example of when we would have some prime time hours given back to us unexpectedly, and we would offer it up to our current allocation clients first.
Okay, I guess my only question about that is, I despite what I said earlier, I'm actually not much of a hockey person. Doesn't that disincentivize people from canceling? It's like, well, we're going to pay anyway. We'll just sit on the ice time, then we don't get to rebook it and not about the money, but more have people actually using the ice. Does that happen where teams drop out and they decide to cancel the tournament, but there's no point in telling you they canceled and the ice just sits empty, or that doesn't really happen?
Through the mayor to the councillor, many of the tournaments that we have currently are historic tournaments, and they are very well executed and run, and we don't run into that situation very often at all.
Okay, I guess just for all facilities, maybe that's something to monitor just in case we end up with people not canceling because they figure, well, what's the point in canceling? We're not getting our money back anyway. Maybe we could come up with an incentive. If it is rebooked, you get 50% of the booking back, but just that's sort of staff direction and keep an eye on it. If it's not a problem, it's not a problem. So thank you. Thanks for all the work on this. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. Are there any other questions or comments? Councillor Kushner?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For years, we've been promoting sports tourism, and now we're suggesting that there will be a cap on tournaments. How do you determine that cap?
Through the mayor to the councillor, that cap would be determined by the 3-year rolling average of actual tournament time in previous years. We do look at capping the number of tournaments in the regular season, which is defined as September to March, so there isn't interference with our regular season play. However, there are typically more tournaments during the spring and summer season.
So if that's the case, they're not that competitive, I gather. The tournaments are in the slower season, in the spring season?
Through the mayor to the councillor, our regular user groups host several tournaments on their own, and those typically take place during September to March. And then we see more of the sport tourism and other non-resident groups coming in and hosting tournaments during the spring and summer.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions or comments? Seeing none. We do have the motion on the floor. Before we get to the recorded vote, though, I did just want to say very quickly, thank you, Mr. Fenwick, Ms. Mambella, members of your subcommittee. This, I would wager, is probably the most thankless task that goes on in a city. Councillor Williamson, Councillor Phillips, and I did take our lumps. They took significantly more lumps than I did because they had longer tenure on the Arena Partners Committee. I know former city, now regional Councillor Secord as well took his lumps. It's difficult, and I will say, I've talked to folks over the last couple of days, just being in arenas and being around with other groups, and everybody is satisfied. And satisfaction, like satisfied, I think is the highest level of praise when it comes to allocation policy. So kudos to you, because this is something that has been needed for a long time. Bringing all of the facilities and our allocation policy under one umbrella policy, which makes sense to everybody, is phenomenal. So thank you again, because this is an incredible piece of work, and I'm excited that this has come forward. Thank you. And with that, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
And Mayor Sisko.
Yes.
And that's carried.
And just by way of an update, the Falcons are up 1-0. We were talking about hockey. It seemed timely. Moving on to 9.2, Engineering Facilities and Environmental Services, additional funds for the replacement of Fire Station number 2. Can I get a mover and seconder for this? Councillor Townsend, Councillor Lindell. The recommendation is to reallocate up to $1.2 million from P19-152 Fire Training Tower to P22-173 Fire Station number 2 replacement. Are there any questions or comments on this one? I have Councillor Townsend, followed by Councillor Garcia, and then Councillor Dodge. Councillor Townsend?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I would just say very happy to see that we are making full use of the Green Municipal Fund. I noticed that this is part of the application. So thank you to staff for looking into this fund and making it a part of this phenomenal project coming forward for the city.
Excellent. Thank you, Councillor Townsend. Councillor Garcia. Can we click on Councillor Garcia? He turned off the button.
Yeah, I did. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to staff, I'm not sure who to address this to, but in the first sentence of the financial applications, we say that funds for the construction of the new fire station number 2 were approved in the 2022 capital budget. However, this did not include any measures to achieve net zero energy performance or carbon reducing measures. My question is, why didn't it? Because if this is a 2022 capital budget, we passed a climate emergency long ago. And as we said there in 2020, we said these initiatives had to be included. We passed that in 2020.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the reason the funds were not included is that the standard to which we were designing the new fire station was not known at the time of the capital budget being put together, and the I guess, the objectives that need to be met and the costs associated with them. So we've progressed to a point now in the design of the project where we can quantify the additional costs in order to implement a zero carbon net zero type facility. And it was identified that these additional funds are required in order to do that. That is another reason why staff have looked into the Green Municipal Fund to help address some of these additional costs. It's a funding source that can be very useful in allowing us to achieve some of these extra objectives. So it's at the time of putting the capital budget together, we weren't able to quantify what it would cost to build a net zero facility.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Director Martushu, but I still don't understand why it wasn't considered, because I thought we had passed a motion that these new construction should include such initiatives.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, they were considered. They weren't incorporated into the capital budget. Staff were not familiar with the amount of additional funds that would be required in order to hit those targets. So they were considered. They were part of the RFP that was issued for the design of the building. So they were always considered to be part of the design. We weren't able to quantify the extra costs. And when we did identify what the additional costs were, we did also seek out additional funding sources through things like the Green Municipal Fund in order to help us address those additional costs. I believe it was also a motion or a direction from council that we do investigate funding opportunities to be able to implement these types of initiatives into our future facility type projects.
Thank you for that, Director. And through you, Mr. Mayor, one final question. Through you, perhaps to the fire chief, or maybe to Director Martushu, we all received an email from a resident who was arguing that what the $1.2 million was going to be committed to was not really going to help us to get to the net zero goal. Could you comment on that, please?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't believe I'm familiar with the email that you're referring to. I don't believe I've seen it. But we have engaged professionals that are very familiar with these types of builds. And in order to receive this funding, we need to be able to provide the agency providing the funding with models that identify whether or not this type of build would be successful in hitting the targets that we've established.
Thank you for that. Sorry, Mr. Mayor, one last question. I know that we approved temporarily moving the station to the old station on Brock Street. And there were some improvements that were needed, I think, for you to move in there. All of that has been budgeted and included already and approved. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, the reallocation of the fire staff to the old fire station and any modifications required there in order to accommodate them are part of the project budget.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Garcia. I have Councillor Dodge, followed by Councillor Williamson, Councillor Miller, and Councillor Phillips. So, Councillor Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just wondering, I'm also happy to see that we're trying to do green initiatives, but I'm wondering if, I'm assuming from the report that we're using electric air heat pumps. Is geothermal a consideration when you're coming to being able to get this funding and whatnot?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we did investigate geothermal for the site. The consultants identified that it would be extremely difficult in order to use geothermal on the site, just because of the site conditions and the size of the actual property.
Okay, so then they just wouldn't be able to do it, or because I know they can go down or they can go out, right? So is it because they couldn't go down, like they couldn't?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, they identified that these heat pumps using electricity were the better option for this type of project and versus the geothermal.
Okay. And the points, the Bolton points, are all of those requirements to get the funding? Like, they all have to be used to get the funding?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if you're referring to the features being implemented to meet the green or Canada Green Building Zero Carbon Standards include, is that what you're talking about? Yes, those are all parts of the design that will be part of the model that we need to be able to demonstrate that we are achieving our targets in order to achieve the funding.
Okay, so I just, when it says that it has to be an airtight building, how do you have a fire hall that's airtight? Because the doors are coming up and down all the time. Like, I don't understand how they achieve that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the airtight building is more focused on the living quarters where staff are occupied for a greater period of time. The heating requirements for the garage are not the same as the living quarters.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dodge. Councillor Williamson, followed by Councillor Miller and Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Director Martuccio. And I got to phrase this in a delicate way. Did we look at going beyond the constraints of the property boundaries that we have there, expanding onto a neighboring site?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't believe we did. We tried to ensure that we could accommodate everything within the site of the existing fire station.
Would that be something we could explore in terms of potentially making it, having opportunities for, as Councillor Dodge pointed out, geothermal or other opportunities, or are we satisfied with the size of the property that we have there?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the existing fire hall site is tight for what we are trying to build, but we have come up with a design that meets all the requirements of fire services, and it also will allow us to implement everything that we've identified here on in the report.
Thank you, and similar comments to Councillor Townsend and Dodge in regard to investing in green. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. Councillor Miller, followed by Councillor Phillips and Councillor Kushner.
Yeah, happy to see the replacement, obviously the green initiatives. One question, I guess, as a former member of the Master Fire Plan Committee. The need for the training tower has been identified for quite a long time, and I know there's some talk with the Seaway is part of this delay, but do we have a guesstimate on the timeline for the training tower?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. We've had several discussions with the Seaway, and we're waiting for a response from them. We did a walkthrough in the new year and had looked at several options, and so now we're just waiting to hear back from them and hoping we can come to an agreement in a place that they can work with us.
Okay, thank you for that. I know, I'm sure the chief knows this, but as we approve more and more tall buildings in the city and downtown especially, we really need the training tower to make sure we're ready for any potential high-rise incidents. So hopefully we will see that come online this term of council. Would be great. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. Councillor Phillips.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Chief Upper. It indicates that the building is going to be capable of housing a ladder truck. We only have one functioning right now, right? And it's housed in Meriton, is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, we have 2 aerials that are staffed right now that are running front run trucks. So we have 2 aerials.
So you're going to have one housed here and one in Meriton then?
No, they'll stay where they currently are. One will be in Meriton, one will stay in Martindale Road. But the reason for the size of the bays to be able to house an aerial is when we have a fire and we're moving apparatus around, we will have the potential of putting a ladder truck in the north end, and we don't want it parked out in the front through the seasons of bad weather. We'd prefer it housed inside, and it also allows us to do some maintenance on the truck when we do hose changes and things like that.
But knowing that site, which is virtually a postage stamp for a fire hall, and you want to do a drive-through, are you sure you're going to be able to get a 125-foot stick and through that hall?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the engineers and the consultants, when we give them the radius of the turning of the truck, they assure us they'll be able to fit it in. Trust me, that's one of my big concerns. We want to make sure it'll fit in the radius and that'll fit inside.
Okay, invite me when that happens. I want you to drive it through for me, okay?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it'll be a pleasure.
All right. What else? Oh, yeah, and we mentioned this before, and you gave me the answer, but I think council needs to hear it. It sounds elaborate, but there's a reason for it. It says here about having a heated floor. Why are we having a heated floor? It sounds I'd like a heated floor in my bathroom too, but why are we having a heated floor in the fire station?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So typically we have the gas pipe up in the ceilings, and for our green initiative, the most efficient way to do it is to heat the floor. So that's the purpose of going with the heated floor.
So the heat for the whole building will be coming up from the floor. That's what you're saying?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't believe the heat for the whole facility will be coming through the heated floor. I believe it's only for the apparatus bay in order to, in lieu of the gas-fired heaters that we normally have up in the base.
Okay, thank you. And lastly, when we did the Meriton Hall, there is a gym there, but the union paid for the apparatus that went in. That was the understanding at the time, that the firefighters union paid. We provided the room. The firefighters union paid for the apparatus that went in there. Is that going to be the case for this one?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. That's correct. We have a very good working relationship with the association, and they have offered to do the same thing again.
That's great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Phillips. Any other questions or comments? All right, seeing none, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Miller. Councillor
Yes.
Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
All right, item 9.3, Legal and Clerk Services, establishment of advisory committees and task forces for the 2022 to 2026 term of council. Now call upon Evan McGinty, Deputy Clerk, to make a presentation prior to council discussing the report. Mr. McGinty.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council, staff, and those watching tonight's meeting. My name is Evan McGinty, Deputy Clerk with the City of St. Catharines, and I'm going to provide a brief overview of the proposed committee and task force structure for this term of council. I also want to add that I'm jealous of my colleague Lori, because I wish I had a cool term like Ice Ice Baby. But it's just the committee and task force's structure. So in developing the recommendations in this report, staff engaged with those involved in the committee and task forces process. This included meeting with councilors individually at the start of 2023 to discuss their vision and ideas for the city's committee structure. Last year, prior to the end of the previous term of council, staff asked all active members of committees and task forces to complete a survey regarding their experience as members. 66% of members responded to the survey, providing input on topics like meeting frequency, terms of reference, training, and membership composition. A similar survey was provided to the staff who support committees and task forces. All staff responded to that survey. Using all this information, staff then prepared the report and recommendations before council this evening. For the committee structure, we are recommending the removal of the pillar system that was in place previously. Council will remain informed of the work of the committees and task forces through the minutes, which will continue to be placed on each council agenda for council to read. In terms of the actual composition, the planned structure is to have 10 advisory committees and 7 task forces. As reference for council, there will still be 2 quasi-judicial committees, the Committee of Adjustment and the Property Standards Committee. Recruitment for these committees will be done at the same time as recruitment for the city's advisory committees and task forces. Looking at the 10 committees, 6 of the committees have minor amendments to things like meeting frequency, scope of work, or composition. There are no changes to the terms of reference for the Museum Advisory Committee. For task forces, there are minor amendments to the membership composition for the Development Studies Task Force and the Neil Peart Commemorative Task Force. There are no changes to the 2029 Historic Well and Canals Task Force, Fallen Fires Memorial Task Force, or Surplus Lands Task Force. As a note, due to a recent vacancy, staff will be recruiting for 1 new member for the 2029 Historic Well and Canals Task Force. 4 previous committees will be merged into 2 committees. The Arts and Culture Advisory Committee and the Public Art Advisory Committee will now be the Arts and Culture Advisory Committee, with the scope and mandate of the committees being combined into 1. The Heritage Advisory Committee and the Heritage Permanent Advisory Committee will also be merged and named the Heritage Advisory Committee. The move to 1 committee will create efficiencies, including reducing the amount of time and resources currently needed for the administration of 2 separate committees, as 1 staff liaison serves both committees. A new committee, the Environmental Stewardship Advisory Committee, will replace the previous Green Committee and better support the city's long-term objectives related to climate resilience, enhancing the natural environment, and promoting environmental stewardship. The committee will provide input on the introduction or expansion of green infrastructure on city-owned land, such as parks and property, and provide input on city plans, programs, policies, and bylaws. The Clean City Advisory Committee will transition to a task force, which will have a mandate focused on organizing and supporting community-focused litter reduction and pickup activities across the city. The Special Event Fee Reduction Task Force will fill a role previously served by the Social Pillar. Under the pillar structure, requests for fee waiving for events and festivals were reviewed by the Social Pillar. With the dissolving of the pillar structure, the review of fee waiving requests will now be transferred to this new task force. 3 committees are being dissolved. For the Downtown Revitalization Advisory Committee, the work of this committee is partially captured by the work of the St. Catharines Downtown Association, and there are existing staff positions already dedicated to urban planning and downtown development. The committee has not met since February 2020, and council has not referred any items to the committee for input. For the Transportation Advisory Committee, the committee often struggled to identify agenda items, and with the approval of the Transportation Master Plan, there is a strong likelihood that the committee would continue to struggle to have agenda items. When input is needed, staff will bring items to the appropriate committees for input. For example, bringing items to the Accessibility Committee for an accessibility lens, or bringing items related to transportation equity to the Equity and Inclusion Advisory Committee. For the Town and Gown Committee, the committee has lacked agenda items for the previous few years. The committee has not met since September 2021, and council has not referred any items to the committee for input. Staff and community partners like Brock University and the Niagara Regional Police will continue to work to address issues that were originally intended to be considered by this committee. The Downtown Parking Study Task Force is being dissolved as well. The task force was created in 2019, but only met twice, and the parking and transportation data collected for the original study is no longer valid and would need to be recollected and reevaluated. Looking at the role and function of committees and task forces, they provide a great way to receive input from the public, but it's important to note that they're but one tool in staff and council's toolbox. Engage STC, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram have all proven to be excellent tools to communicate, engage with residents, and complement the input received by committees and task forces. Engage STC in particular has proven to be an effective medium to receive diverse input, including geographic, age, and gender representation. Staff may, depending on the subject, continue to supplement input from committees and task forces with input from Engage STC and these other channels as a way to ensure that as many voices are heard and considered as part of the recommendations presented to council. In addition, working groups, forums, and action tables also offer an alternative means of soliciting input on specific topics. Participants can include councilors, organizations, and individuals, with meetings led by staff. There are no terms of reference or procedures allowing for more informal discussions. As an example, a working group or forum could be used by staff to gather input on a neighborhood active transportation project. Recruitment efforts will begin immediately following council's approval of the committee and task force's structure. In 2019, the majority of applicants came from promotion on social media and word of mouth, so in 2023, our efforts will be concentrated there. Recruitment toolkits will also be sent to community groups as a form of word-of-mouth promotion. Groups who have agreed to help promote recruitment include Black-owned 905, the Niagara Regional Native Center, the Niagara Folk Arts Festival, and the Greater Niagara Chamber of Commerce. Recruitment will last for a month, after which time nominating panels review the applications and make recommendations for appointment. The names recommended for appointment will then come to council for approval. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. McGinty. You can have a seat. There will be opportunities for everybody to ask questions. I do want to say, just with relation to those final few slides, I appreciate the work that is being done to reach out to non-traditional groups and reach out into the community and cast a wider net for applications. I think the report does a good job of outlining the recommendations that came forward specifically from the anti-racism committee and the accessibility committees in the last term, and the need for more groups to be included in the call for volunteers. And so I want to applaud the Clerk's Department for making sure that that was a major part of this. So at this point, I do need a councillor to move the recommendation. Councillor Townsend, Councillor Kushner seconding. And if I can look for, just give me 1 second here. Does anybody have a mic open right now?
Yeah, Councillor Kushner.
Okay, if we could just close the mics for a moment. All right, so if I could ask, you're gonna have to wait for a second. Just turning the mode off so that we can actually get this. So we do have the motion on the floor. People can now add themselves to the list if they would like to speak. Councillor Townsend, Councillor Lindell, Councillor Williamson, Councillor Kushner, Councillor Ratzlaff, Councillor McPherson, Councillor Phillips. Wow, all righty. So we'll go to Councillor Townsend up first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, thank you to the Clerk's Department for bringing this report forward. I was hoping Deputy Clerk McGinty would still be up here to answer some intense questions from council, but I don't know if this is...
He is right there.
Oh, there he is. Okay,
We kept him in the bullpen
All right.
for exactly that reason.
My question is throughout the last term of council, there were a lot of committee meetings where quorum wasn't met, or say we didn't have enough people applying to committees. What happens if over, say, a long period of time, a committee or a task force does not meet quorum? What is the process with that? Does the committee get dissolved, or is it just something that, like the Tide and Gown Committee, that didn't meet since, 2021? What technically happens with these committees?
Through the mayor, I can take that question. So the simplified meeting procedures and the public appointment policy work together to talk about attendance issues. So if we know we have certain members that have missed more than 3 meetings in a row, or 50% of the meetings in a calendar year, oftentimes if we're having quorum issues, it's because 1 or 2 members are consistently not showing up. In those situations, we have an avenue to reach out to them, confirm they still wish to attend, and if so, actually make sure they're attending. And if not, then appoint those seats as vacant. Vacant seat doesn't count towards quorum, so then they're able to kind of continue with their attendance as we try to fill the position with somebody who is able to attend. In the situation like Town and Gown, it wasn't necessarily for a lack of dedicated volunteers. It was just that there wasn't a lot of agenda items. I always say you have a meeting because you have something to meet about. You don't have an agenda because you have a meeting scheduled. So if they didn't have anything to talk about, then there was no meeting called. That one always met a little less consistently. I find for Town and Gown, because there was a working group with all the agencies involved, there was a lot of work happening at that level that was able to actually move a lot quicker and more responsive to any issues that were happening on the ground.
Thank you for that. That's it's very informative and helpful. My next question through the mayor is, I guess, to the Clerk's Department. Over the previous terms of council, have we seen a drop-off in engagement and interest in committees and task force? I mean, I've only been around this horseshoe for 5 years, but I'm curious going back as to maybe a senior staffer who has been here longer. Can you comment on the level of engagement and interest on committees?
I can take that one, Councillor Townsend. So we looked at applications for the last term of council, so it would have been 2019 when we recruited for that term of council, and we had an increase in the number of applications compared to, say, the 2014 to 2018 term of council. So just for numbers' sake, last term of council, we needed 114 members of the public to apply for our committees, and we had 351 apply. So that was 308% of what we needed applied. In terms of vacancies, I would say we saw a healthy number of applications where if we needed one vacancy or one individual to fill a vacancy, we would get a handful of applicants. So when we have gone out to apply, we always have had typically enough applicants to fill that need.
And sorry, through the mayor, I'm just going to, so 350 applicants, but that could be someone who has applied to, say, 10 committees. Is that how that's calculated? So out of that 350, that could be 10 of the same person's applications. Is that correct?
It could be, looking at the numbers from that time, and I don't have the exact breakdown. I know the vast majority of applicants only applied for one committee. We had one individual who applied for 6, and that was the most who applied for multiple committees. So of that 351 applications, I think we could safely say well over 250, if not closer to 300, were original applications.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for the work you've been doing. I'll just end with my comments in regards to the committee and task force structure. As we know, affordability is continuing to get out of hand, and costs continue to escalate living in Canada. And if we look at other municipalities, they have, in order to bring in and engage more professionals, not saying that people who are applying are not, in order to engage more people, they're offering remuneration incentives, whether it be a meeting fee or something, to help those who take time off work or gas to get to and from committees, babysitters, whatever it might be. I think that it is something, and I hope that moving forward, that it is something that council does look at in order to continue to promote and engage people on these committees. It's great that we have these committees. I think it's important that we continue to invite new people to sit on these committees. From myself, someone who was a part of the process last term, bringing individuals onto committees, it was quite evident that a lot of the individuals who did sit on these committees have sat on these committees for a very, very long time, which is great, but I also believe strongly that it's important to bring and welcome and encourage new people to get involved in their city decision-making. And when asking professionals, friends, colleagues around the city, why don't you get involved in the city committee? And it's a simple answer. It's either I give up a shift at work, or I sit on this committee and volunteer. But the reality is we've come to a place in society now where people can't volunteer unless you're retired or on a pension. That's kind of the reality of the situation. So I do think that moving forward, it's something that as a council that we look at in order to engage young people to want to partake in making city decisions. But thank you to staff for their extensive time and efforts on this report.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. One thing I do want the public to understand, and I appreciate Councillor Townsend's comments about the possibility of looking at some form of remuneration. It should be noted, though, St. Catharines does reimburse for transit costs for people who are attending meetings, and we do cover child and dependent care for people who need that service to be able to take part in civic life. Councillor Lindell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the Deputy Clerk, thank you very much for this report. It's fantastic. I really appreciate all the work that you put into it, you and the Clerk's office. My question is the Recreational Master Plan Advisory Committee. Why was that not considered to be a task force? Because it has to align with the city's master plan. Hopefully, as Councillor Phillips said, a new revamped master plan. But shouldn't there be a member of council at least on that particular committee?
Through the mayor, I'll take that question. So task forces tend to be either focused on a very specific task and or a very specific time frame. The advisory committee tends to be longer term, potentially going over the term of council and filling an advisory role. The Recreation Master Plan Advisory Committee, they don't just deal with one task related to the Recreation Master Plan. There's about 153, don't quote me on that number, recommendations in that plan. And that committee is constantly providing advice to staff and council about the various items in that kind of umbrella. And so it does fit better with an advisory committee over a task force.
Okay, so would it not benefit the committee, though, to have like a member of council or two on there to help sift through some of it?
Through the mayor, that didn't come up through the survey from the committee members in this situation and or the staff that were involved. I know during the past term, there were a number of councillors that attended many of those meetings, or when there were larger topics coming. I think one of the topics, there was like 6 councillors that went to the meeting to kind of see what was going on. But they seemed to be pretty sufficient and able to move things forward with the advice that they do receive.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lindell. Before I go on to the next speaker, just something I wanted to mention. A number of amendments have been sent through, so I'm going to ask councillors, if you're asking questions, making comment, if we could hold off on amendments, we do have a listing of all the amendments that have been sent through. I'd like to deal with those as a block and allow the question and answer period to happen now. So I should have mentioned that at the beginning, but I just wanted to make sure everybody understands. I do have a number of them. There will be an opportunity if there are further amendments that are requested. I'd like to try and deal with them all at the same time. So with that, I will move on to Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I just preface this. It's going to sound like I'm being hypercritical, but overall, I actually agree with most of the elements in this report, but there's some that I do have to say I take exception with. Any councillor who sought to get elected last October with the intention of being an active participant and making a difference for the community, who expected to play a meaningful role in local decision-making, should be concerned by some of the elements in this report. I witnessed over my time in office, which has been a long time, an erosion or diminishment of the voice of the locally elected councillor. This is a problem because at the core of democracy is the ability for the elected representatives who have a mandate from the people to bring that forward and to advocate on behalf of the people. And that's different than the executive branch of government, the full-time civil servants who have an immense amount of respect for around here. And I know your heart's in it, same as ours is. And that you're here to serve the common good, do the best thing for the greatest number of people. I think we can take that for granted. That being said, I don't like the fact that we're going to continue to deny councillors the right to vote at committee meetings. 8 years ago, that was taken away from us, and I think that was a mistake. And when I looked at the comparator municipalities, local tier municipalities like Kitchener, Cambridge, Oshawa, I think Kingston might not be lower tier, I think Waterloo. They all have councillors appointed to committees. There's probably exceptions to that rule, but I have an amendment that will address that. I'm not speaking to it, but I'm speaking to the report in general. And then if we don't have designated appointments to committees or task forces, to me, it even further diminishes the local representative's role here in bringing forward the collective views of the community. And it's really contrary to organizational behavior principle number 1, and that is that, if we're going to have a free-for-all of councillors, they can attend whatever meetings they want. They're not necessarily associated with a particular committee. To me, there's no accountability in that. We don't know what attendance is, and I think the possibility will be that councillors' involvement will fall off if they're not necessarily associated with with a certain committee. So I think it's important that we put councilors back on committees. And then, you know, a lot of councilors came to this place with certain specific passions, whether it's heritage or recreation or sports or transit or affordable housing or whatever it is. And I think it's important for those people to be able to channel those energies and advocate for those causes. And I think working with community groups and being liaisons on those groups, I think is an important thing to be able to do. The other issue I have, I think that this does leave the elected representatives a little bit further out of, it's not in as balance as it should be. I'm a little bit concerned with the terms of reference to the Environmental Stewardship Advisory Committee. I appreciate the name change, but we need substantive change, and it seems to, and I looked at the wording of some of the other environmental committees in other cities, and I understand that citizens, it's an advisory role, and we're limited to maybe shaping policy, but not making policy. I get that, but if I'm a citizen out there and I'm passionate about the environment, and I look at the statement of purpose, I'm gonna say, do I really wanna get involved if I'm not really gonna have any say in the direction of the city goes in terms of greening and that kind of thing? So anyway, I think the amendments that, the one that Councillor Garcia's put forward, I don't know what other amendments are out there, but I really think it's important that we have councillors assigned to committees specifically. Otherwise, we're just not going to have the connections, and I don't know, we're going to lose even further the voice of the elected representative. And I think, and that's my bias. Obviously, staff has a bias. They're coming at it from staff perspective, and I appreciate that. We all have our biases. Oh yeah, just one other thing. On the Environmental Stewardship Advisory Committee, it talks about the composition of the committee and the skills that the potential citizen member should have. And I would hope those same skills should be, you know, made, be the prerequisites for the staff liaison. They should also have a skill set that's related to greening. You know, it just, to me, makes sense. And we haven't had that in some cases in the past. So I'll yield the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. I have Councillor Phillips next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A quick question, I guess, and a comment in relation to what Councillor Townsend said as far as committee members not showing up and having quorum. We had that situation in a few committees that I was responsible for in the Social Sustainability Committee, and we seem to be having special meetings to name new members of committees. It was an ongoing situation. Rather than having to prolong that time and going out to the public again, asking for people who are interested, then have staff spending hours deciding which candidates would serve the committee the best, is it not possible to, at the beginning, when you have, say, we'll use the Recreation Master Plan where you're recommending 7 members, well, maybe there's going to be 12 people apply. Could you not have, say, the next 2 people who almost got appointed be ready in case somebody leaves the city or becomes ill or whatever, has to leave the committee, rather than having to go all the way through the whole procedure again? Just say, okay, you know, the next person in line was Councillor Garcia, or, you know, whoever. That person is appointed immediately, and then you don't have to worry about quorum. Is that possible to do?
So through the mayor, it is absolutely possible. I do have one caution, but I'll walk you through what we've also done. So to help kind of reduce that transition or time that it takes to do the process, we will regularly, if we've already done a recruitment in the past year, we'll just go to that last list of applicants instead of going out to the public again to do a call for applications. So that reduces the timeline by about 2 to 3 weeks. With the removal of the pillar going to like a nominating panel, we won't need as much time to call those meetings, and quorum won't be as an issue there. The reason I do caution about kind of identifying a backup member to be appointed if there is a vacancy issue is that when we're dealing with multidisciplinary committees, we have people around that table that bring a different lens than maybe somebody else at the table. When we have a vacancy, sometimes we are looking to fill a specific skill set or lens that might not have been the next rated applicant. So we're looking at what gap are we actually filling. So it wouldn't necessarily always be appropriate to appoint the next person. Maybe they were ranked the 10th highest, but when you look at what vacancy are we filling, maybe one of the 11th place person will actually provide a better and well-rounded committee. So something
I
to
should
think
probably
about.
know the answer to this question, but I'll ask it anyways. If a person resigns from a committee and a meeting comes up next month, that person can't be there, does quorum change because that person's not there?
Yes, through the chair. As soon as we're advised that they are leaving their position, the position becomes vacant and the position no longer counts towards quorum.
That's what I thought. Okay. That's all for now, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Phillips. Councillor Miller, followed by Councillor Garcia.
Yeah, just a couple questions about specific committees. Just some dashing fellow earlier mentioned the Master Fire Plan Committee. Where did that go?
Through the mayor, I believe it was disbanded when the master fire plan was presented to council back in a while ago. 2019, apparently.
Okay, I just want to confirm. 4 years ago, Councillor Townsend and myself, Councillor Porter, and I think everyone was pretty motivated to bring the equity committees and brings that lens to council that was missing. Originally, we were talking about an anti-racism committee and an LGBTQ 2S+ committee, and then I actually don't really recall where the equity and inclusion, but I think it was proposed as a way to sort of merge those committees, but it's still being proposed now. And now we have the diversity, equity, and inclusion position on staff. So I read the report, so I guess maybe you don't have to reiterate what's in the report, but what's the proposed work plan for this committee now that it doesn't have those two really specific to specific kinds of hate against identified groups reporting to it? What do we imagine their work's going to be?
So the Equity and Inclusion Advisory Committee, through the chair, would provide anywhere so anti-racism provides a lens from race and ethnic identity. LGBTQ2+ is providing a gender identity or sexuality lens. Equity and inclusion is intended to capture anything that falls outside of those lenses. So whether it's income, other situations in our community, provides a lens that maybe isn't captured by those specific ones. And this term of council, one of the main things we want to work on with them is the actual diversity action plan. So they would be consulted through that process.
Yeah, white newcomers or misogyny, or I'm sure there's neurodiversity. I'm sure there's a lot of options. I guess my concern would be that they don't end up having enough to do because a lot of the work hopefully is being done by that DEI position or in those other two committees. Because I imagine combating something like bigotry towards queer people is very similar to combating bigotry towards lots of people. Hate tends to stem from sort of the same place. So I guess my concern is when we set up a committee like this, and we ran into this a little bit last term of council as well, and then we don't end up tasking them with enough to do. It ends up actually kind of looking worse on us. So, but if staff are feeling pretty confident that they're going to have work to do, and there's not going to be any cross-representation on between those three that are all sort of dealing with that lens?
Through the mayor, there was a lot of discussion on that, and the decision was to remove that cross-reference. That doesn't mean to say, so that the last term was the first time we actually had those equity-seeking committees. Did we get it perfect the first time? No. Is it going to be perfect this time? Probably not, but we were getting closer to better. I think through the DEI action plan, we might have some outcomes from that maybe make amendments to terms of reference or change what these look like. But then those would come back to council as part of that process.
Okay, sounds good. I know the mayor has a good quote about what the enemy of perfect is, but I guess I agree with not having the cross-referencing. I guess my hope is that those committees at least work closely together, because I think they'll be addressing a lot of the same issues. So certainly, I guess for me, something to keep an eye on moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. And Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to follow up and support some of the points that my colleague, Councillor Williamson, made regarding councillor participation and engagement with committees and task forces. And for those of you that were not here or were not familiar, prior to 2014, councillors had full membership of committees and were voting members of committees. And as the mayor will remember, because he and I sat on a task force that was set up to look at committees in 2000 and I guess early 2015, and that task force recommended that councillors not be members and not be voting members. I personally voted against that. I don't know how the mayor voted, but I really feel strongly that it's important and it is our role to participate in these committees. And I know that there is a concern that has been expressed by staff that maybe councillors being on committees are going to intimidate or influence members, but I don't find that. And I can share that through this last term, for example, I believe I attended every single meeting of the Arts and Culture Advisory Committee, of the Public Art Advisory Committee, of the Heritage Committee, and of the Heritage Permit Committee. So as you can tell, I'm pretty supportive of the recommendation to merge two of those to one, because it will cut down the number of meetings that I go to. But the reality is that I find the members of these committees really appreciate the fact that I go to those meetings, and they like to ask me questions about things that they would not be aware of, but that councillors can be aware of. And they really appreciate that they have somebody from council there. So I have an amendment later that I won't get into right now, Mr. Mayor, but I do think that having councillors be very involved in the process for committees and task forces is critical. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Garcia. And I did vote in favor of it, but it was a spirited debate and I enjoyed it a great deal. Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Through you, Chair. Just on Councillor Garcia's point, did we get feedback from citizen volunteers on that? Has there ever been any councillors on a committee that have been reported for bullying? Or how did they feel about councillors being on committees?
So through the mayor, great question. So the last time that, as Councillor Garcia and Williamson did note, the last time that councillors sat on the actual advisory committees was in 2014. When we did a review at the end of 2014 to say, what are we changing with advisory committees and task forces, we made quite a number of changes at that time. By we, I mean the collective city we. I wasn't in the department at the time. The feedback we received was that committee members, or at least a large enough set of committee members, generally felt uncomfortable when councillors were voting in the room. Whether councillors recognize it or not, you are in a position of power. You are an influential person. And that does make some committee members feel maybe small, or that their voice isn't as important as yours because you were elected. Advisory committees are by their nature advisory. They provide advice, whether it's to staff or council. Council gets to make decisions. Council votes at a council meeting. So we also heard that if a councillor votes at the council meeting, why do they also get to vote at the committee meeting? Why do they get to vote twice? It is a bit of a political decision whether or not councillors thinks it's appropriate or not. That's up to council. At this time, staff recommend that councillors don't be appointed. When we received the feedback at the end of the most recent term, we didn't hear from committee members that they wished that councilors were voting members. I think when councilors aren't present and there's a question about what was decided at council, staff can generally answer that question. In some cases, counselors have a really specific interest in a subject area, attend those meetings regularly, and they'll, committee members get to know them and they can have that input that way. That's one of your questions was, has there been any specific kind of negative situations? There has been times where we do get a call from someone saying, we felt maybe the counselor was kind of going over the line in that situation. In those situations, we tend to have a conversation with the counselor one-on-one about maybe how the meeting went and maybe ways we could handle it differently in the future.
Thanks. That's really great feedback. It's really important, I guess, to listen to those who are, willing to volunteer and spend their time. As Townsend pointed out, their valuable time at these committees. Does that, I guess, the volunteers probably didn't comment on this, but like counselors can attend the meetings whenever they want, even though they're not on the committee. Does that mitigate the power dynamic or the intimidation factor?
Through the chair, the conduct of members when they attend those meetings will be the biggest factor into how the relationship is and whether people feel comfortable. The way it is right now is they don't get a vote. So if you're having a vote, you don't see the counselor putting their hand up to vote and then committee members going, oh, maybe I should too, because their hand is up. They're there generally not speaking unless being asked to speak or provide input.
That's great. Super helpful feedback from volunteers.
All right, so I only have Councillor Townsend wanted to add something supplementary, so I will let that, and then we can get to the amendments that are on the board.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'll just be brief here. I did hear some of my colleagues comment on the ability to have a councillor sit on committees. There was comparison with some other municipalities and how councillors do sit on those committees, but I think it's important to also remember that in St. Catharines, councillors are paid part-time, whereas some of the comparators that were mentioned earlier were councillors who are, that it's a full-time job for them, so they do sit on these committees. So I just wanted to put that out there as well too, for a fair comparator. If councillors want to sit on extra committees, that's great. I think it's phenomenal to put in, the 40, 50 hours a week to be, to prepare, do the homework, do the heavy lifting on those committees, be a part of the committees. Yeah, it takes time and commitments for sure. But there's also that risk of, why do other municipalities not have voting members of council on their committees? Is because they don't want council to influence what a committee is going to bring to council. It's up to let people sit on committees, residents of the community, provide their input, bring it up to council. One of the things I did find last term sitting on those committees was it was easy for a councillor to influence a decision made at those committees. And that's the fact, that's the reality right there. That's the facts. So, and I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. I believe I've skipped over Councillor Kushner several times. He keeps pressing his button and then it gets turned off, and I don't know if I'm doing something up here, and if that's the case, I apologize, Councillor. There's definitely not. Okay, let's not touch a button. You're on. You're good.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The discussion reminds me of when people say the community is intimidated by the councillors. Well, we have to ask the question, are councillors intimidated by the mayor? Just asking a question, Mr. Mayor.
Just asking a question.
Yes, I know Mr. Ford would say no, and that's why we need a strong mayor system.
I prefer the concept of a strong council.
Thank you, Councillor. I like the direction that the recommendation is going in, and that's to streamline the process. And doing that will make the committees more interesting to the public at large, because I've attended meetings, and as the clerk has indicated, the agendas are not meaningful. And sometimes the agenda is the purpose of the meeting. So they spend time trying to determine a non-meaningful agenda, and then the ones that are more rational will not attend. And so with the streamlining, I see the possibility of more people becoming involved because the debates and the issues will be more meaningful. Somebody asked about the Town and Gown Committee. Well, that was set up one time because the issues were well defined. We had student housing problems and we had student behavioral problems. And then the police working with the city and Brock University, for the most part, have resolved those problems. And now the various parties can work by themselves. We don't need a committee. But my question is, why did it take so long to have a committee like that was inactive? Why was it not dissolved before that?
Through the mayor, to be honest, no one ever asked. None of the committee in that situation, most of the committee members were appointed based as being a representative from the community. I know there was only a few residents on it. At one point, one of them moved out of town. So it wasn't like they were aching to be involved. We kept it just as we were, we started that kind of working group, staff level working group. The committee remained in place in case we felt a need to go back to the committee, but we were able to pretty much move things forward. I think we only really just had the conversation this past summer of, is there really value in continuing? We thought probably not, but we'll wait to see what issues come up during the election, what the councillors bring forward as priorities to kind of one-on-ones or when they bring items at the new term. And then we found out we just didn't need to continue it.
Yeah, I do have a question about one of the committees. The suggestion was made that the replacement of a rep from the Niagara Industrial Association take place. Why is the rep from the NIA being replaced?
I'm going to look to Director Kate. I think she's moved to Zoom. She was in the room previously. I'm hoping that she can come online and help answer that question.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Through the mayor, the rationale between moving that was the only remaining development studies that the task force is going to be tasked with, considering is inclusionary zoning, which is very much going to be a mathematical exercise based on market and developer. It's not going to be focused on construction methods. So because the group was getting rather large, we figured it was a simple removal, but nothing more than that.
Okay, were they consulted? Was the Niagara Industrial Association consulted?
With being removed from the task force, no.
Pardon? Okay, I think my opinion is they should have been because they represent a lot of manufacturing in the region. My next comment would be with respect to councillors on the committees. I've been on a lot of committees and I've only heard one significant complaint about one councillor, and wasn't on our committee, of course, and that councillor was intimidating the committee. But that's the only time I heard a complaint. And I think it depends on the behavior of the councillors. If they go in, if they consider themselves to be liaison people, then they're very much appreciated. But if they go there with their own agenda, then of course they are not appreciated. So perhaps that's something we can look at. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kushner. Not seeing any other councillors in the queue, we're going to get into the amendments. Right now we have Councillor Townsend and Councillor Kushner as our mover and our seconder. I'm going to suggest to council and to the mover and seconder that we consider all of the amendments that come forward as unfriendly so that we can vote on each of them individually and include them in the main motion just to streamline the process. I'm seeing nods from both the mover and the seconder. Before we get into it though, I will say one thing. We've discussed a little bit this evening, and the report, as I said earlier, does a really good job of discussing recruitment. I think we should all take it as a personal challenge to try and up the number of individual applicants that we have this year. I think, Mr. McGinty, you said 358 in 2019?
351.
351. We all noticed in the fall election that engagement was down and the voter turnout number was down for that reason. This is an opportunity for each of us to leverage those networks that we've developed across the city and try and increase those numbers. So I would put it on all of us that we should take it as a personal challenge to try and increase the number of applications. Obviously, that means that there will be more unsuccessful applicants, but I think we want residents to understand what opportunities exist and put their names forward if they think they can serve a benefit to the community. So with that, we have a number of amendments. The first one that will come up will be from Councillor Phillips. His amendment was that mayor and council be included on calendar invites for advisory committee meetings. This one is very straightforward. This is to make sure that all members of council are aware of all of the meetings that happen. Councilors can very easily decline an invitation if they're not interested in that meeting. But it was an effort and something that I think can be sent through my office to make sure that on council calendars, you're included on everything and you can decline away what you want. So a fairly straightforward amendment. Is there anybody who wishes to speak to this one? Councilor Dodge? Yep.
Are we going to get like 10 different emails, or are we getting one with all the dates on that?
So unfortunately, the joy of our system is 10 different emails, but this way, everybody has been messaged. I admit and agree, it can be frustrating from time to time, but I would rather all members of council have all the information than have to search it out. I know that's been a frustration of mine when I was a councillor, that I would find out about meetings after the fact and be frustrated. So unfortunately, yes, it's
Okay.
10 different emails.
So that's a minimum of 10.
Yes. Councillor Townsend?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, is it not just possible for councillors to email the clerk's office with the committees or task force that they're interested in, instead of having the clerk's department spend hours upon hours sending out invites to all of council? I feel like there's just a much easier way to do this. And
actually, the easiest way is to simply plunk mayorcouncil@stcatharines.ca into the invitees list and then be done with it. This is the easy way.
All right. I just think if councillors around this chamber are so interested in all these committees and task force, can they not just email into the clerks? Well, would that be easier? You know, I'll ask this question through you to the city clerk.
So through the chair, in terms of simplicity, us inviting all of mayor and council to every meeting is a lot easier to manage. So the clerk's office does not schedule all of the committee meetings. That's happened through staff liaisons in each of the department. So every term we provide training to the staff liaisons and we go through, here's what you do when you're setting up a meeting. So it's a lot easier for us to tell them, just CC mayor and council on the invites than tell the planning department to include these 3 councilors and the CRCS to include these 2 councilors. If we went that route, it's doable. We will make mistakes. Not gonna lie, that will happen. The easier solution is to just CC mayor and council on all of them.
So we'll get a couple hundred emails to figure out who wants, okay, I mean, thank you.
The opportunity is always there. You can vote down this amendment and then that won't happen, at which point it would be up to individual liaisons. Councillor Phillips?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The intent is for the clerk's office to send one email out a month listing the dates, times, places of each meeting, if that's possible. So you're going to get one email a month, and then you look down and say, okay, Recreation Master Plan meeting at such and such a place. You can put that in your calendar, or you just hit delete. I don't want to go to any of them. Is that possible to do it that way?
So you would be altering the amendment to say that mayor and council be notified on the first of each month of monthly calendar or monthly?
Asking the city clerk, what I just suggested, is that easier, or is that more difficult for what you had planned?
Through the chair, that is more difficult.
Okay,
We
thank
would
you.
need to, we also don't always know on the first of the month when committee meetings are happening, or that they will come up throughout the month. We would then send that out to council. They would say whether they're interested. They'd need to get the meeting invite. I could see that causing a lot of back and forth.
Okay, I thought maybe just one blanket email with everybody listed, and we decide whether we want to attend or not. Okay, thank you.
Through the chair, for some committees, they meet really consistently, so they'll meet the third Wednesday of every month. The staff liaison will send out the meeting invites for 12 months at one time. So they'll send out the invite in January, and it'll have your next 12 invites. You can accept, decline, delete, and then that would be all for those committees. For those committees that meet regularly, it's the ones that meet irregularly that would get more frequent emails.
Councillor Harris.
Yes. Would it just be easier instead of yes or no that councillors could just opt in or opt out of getting these emails instead of voting yes or no to this amendment?
It would not be easier for staff. It would actually be significantly more complicated.
But would it be complicated if just there was an email that went out saying, are you interested? Yes, no. That's all I'm saying. Like it seems very complicated.
It's really not. It's a series of invitations you say yes or no to, but I'd look to the clerk.
We could send an email to all of council and say, if you want to be notified of when committee meetings are, let us know. We would then create a separate polling list and just include those councillors.
And then everybody's happy. How's that?
That doesn't seem like the most likely outcome, but all right. So we have the motion. There's no more speakers, so I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Okay, Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Don't worry, I'm still smiling too. Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge. Councillor Harris.
No.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson. Councillor Miller.
No.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
No.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried. We will send you some emails.
I really wanted Councillor Harris to be the only one to vote no on that, but foiled. All right, the next one that is up will be Councillor Williamson's amendment that the terms of reference for the Neil Peart Commemorative Task Force be amended to remove a representative from the Arts and Culture Advisory Committee, and that one additional citizen representative be added to the composition of the task force, and that the current member appointed by the Arts and Culture Advisory Committee be appointed as the additional citizen representative to the Neil Peart Commemorative Task Force. So that one is up on the screen. And are there, in a moment, it'll be, if there are any speakers, I'm just waiting for my system to. All right, are there any speakers to this one?
I have my hand up.
So Councillor Kushner is up first.
What's the purpose of this?
And we'll swing it over to Councillor Williamson.
This is so we have some continuity. The person who instigated the whole process and the person who is the chair is the person that's being added here. So they're a critical role to play. They have a critical role to play in keeping things moving.
Okay. Councillor Miller.
I'm reading the tea leaves here. That person might leave the Arts and Culture Advisory Committee, perchance, but still be on the committee if we do this switcheroo. But is something lost then, in the clerk's opinion, if we don't have a rep from that committee?
Through the chair, I think at this stage in the project that I think you've received quite a bit of input from the committee, and that if there was ever that need for input, the staff or they could reach out to the committee as a whole. Yeah. In this situation, I think we're recommending continuing with the existing citizen members on this task force simply because of where they are in their mandate. We don't feel like it's going to extend so far that it makes sense to go back out to all the citizen members. So we'd just be keeping on the citizen member as well, not requiring that they get appointed to another committee to then serve on this task force.
I see. Okay.
This seems like a streamlining amendment. I like it. Efficiency. Housekeeping. All right. Not seeing any other questions.
My hands up. My hands
sorry.
up. I guess, okay, so we're keeping the existing citizens on this committee. Are they all existing citizens that are staying on this committee, or are we appointing someone that wasn't a citizen on this committee?
Through the chair, the existing citizen members would continue on. This individual is a citizen member by virtue of having been appointed by the Arts and Culture Advisory Committee. So we would just be continuing on with the same citizen members in their entirety instead of all except for one.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes?
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
All right. The next is also Councillor Williamson. This one is that Part 21 of the proposed simplified procedures bylaw be amended to allow councillors to be voting members, and that each committee and task force have a minimum of one council member, and that councillors identify the committees or task forces of their choice. And for those playing along at home, that is page 11 of the simplified procedures bylaw, which is page 28 of 61 in your agenda package. And I'm just going to turn off this. And before anybody else buzzes in, Councillor Williamson, would you like to speak first or would you like to speak at the end? I'll speak first, thank you. Okay, so at this point, other councillors can add themselves to the speaking list if they would like to speak to this one. So Councillor Williamson, you have the floor.
Thank you. First, I'm a little bit offended by this concern that, we're going to intimidate and, cause problems at the committee level. I haven't witnessed it myself ever. And I guess you could make the same accusation if you wanted to about staff. I'm not making it, but you could say the same kind of thing or another member of a member of the public, I suppose. So I don't think it's fair to hang our hat on that one. Councillor Ratzlaff talked about the power dynamic. Well, in effect, if you vote against this, you're kind of voting against yourself having a vote on committees, and you're kind of disempowering the role of council overall. And I think it's important. I've lived through both scenarios, and going to meetings where you don't have a vote it's kind of awkward if anything, and it kind of, to me, is a bit diminishes the role of the councillor overall. It takes away our voice. So I think it's important, and that's it.
All right, thank you, Councillor Williamson. Councillor Townsend, followed by Councillor McPherson, and then Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I don't agree with the concept that councillors should be a voting member. Should councillors, can they be a liaison? Yes. If you look at the majority of Ontario municipalities, councillors do not vote on these committees. They're meant for citizens. If a councillor wants to vote, they have their vote at council when any type of report or recommendation from that committee comes forward to council. So I won't be supporting this just in the sense that it's not about intimidating, but there is a sense that as a councillor sitting at a committee, there is the opportunity to influence a decision. As we did see last term, there was a situation on a committee, but we won't get into that right now, and I just will not be supporting this. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. Councillor McPherson, followed by Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I won't be supporting this amendment. As someone who sat on committees for 20-something years, a very long time. I know I don't look it, but I have sat on committees for a very long time. Thank you. The idea of, and I I don't use the word intimidation, and I don't use the word bullying, and I don't use those words lightly. But as someone, when I first joined, I remember the first few meetings I went to as a citizen committee member, and when the counselor did attend, and they, disagreed with members, there is a sense of, you are an elected official, I should be agreeing with you. We're asking citizens to give of their time, give of their opinion, provide us with advice, and provide us with different perspectives. So I don't see, we have a chance to vote around the horseshoe. We have a chance to connect with staff if it comes to issues. We have lots of opportunities that citizens don't have, and if they are so willing to give of their time and effort, I don't see the kind of the point of us being there and voting. And I was part of committees when councilors lost their vote, or were not given a vote. So I've seen it from both, from that side. And when I was appointed to council, I wanted to understand the committees, some of the new committees better. I got in touch with the chair. I asked if they mind if I attended, if they were going to be discussing something that they didn't want a councilor to be there for. And yes, citizens appreciate when councilors reach out, but that can be done in lots of ways when it comes to committees. But as also a chair of several committees, there were times when councilors maybe, and I don't believe anybody did it intentionally, I don't mean this in any way, but there is an intimidation factor, and especially around contentious issues and difficult conversations. So I will not be supporting this amendment.
Thank you, Councillor McPherson. Councillor Miller.
Yeah, I guess I sort of agree with Councillor McPherson. I don't know about intimidation, what the word you want to describe it is, but we're pretty practiced at this, at voting and speaking persuasively and all these things, and I think that does give us sort of undue influence. And again, the democratic nature of it, I think this is our opportunity to have our voice. This is where the decisions ultimately get made. And just, I guess one residual benefit, I think, of moving to the system that staff's recommending is that maybe we'll see minutes get pulled more often than they are. A lot of influential decisions are made at the committee level, and these, and maybe rightly so, maybe not, sort of pass through council without a lot of comment. So I think if we go to this system staff's recommending, it actually becomes incumbent on councillors to pay more attention to committees, maybe even more so than they did before, because you have to keep an eye on not only your pillar, but all the minutes that are coming through, because this is your one and only opportunity. So hopefully we'll see a little more attention actually paid at the committee level, while still sort of giving space to citizens and experts at the committee level to have their say freely. And I think we'll get some better decisions that way, and some better debate, and hopefully at council as well. So I'm against this. I appreciate the spirit of it, but I'd like to see what moving to the recommended system will look like.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will, as I stated before, I fully agree with Councillor Williamson that we need more engagement by councillors, and this would be a way to do that. And I'm sure that since 2014, when we took away council's membership in committees, the participation of councilors in committees has dropped way off. I mean, I know that councilors are not interested because they figure, what am I going there for? I can't do anything, I can't say anything, So the argument that we could potentially influence the outcome of a meeting, I think you can flip that around when the argument is made that the committees are going to come, decisions are going to come to council anyway, that even if for some reason a councilor on a committee were to influence a decision in a way that they wanted, it still has to be voted on. So I don't think there is a risk there. So I certainly support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Garcia. Seeing no other hands, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Counselor Williamson.
Yes.
Counselor Lindell.
Yes.
Counselor Dodge.
Yes.
Counselor Ratzlaff.
No.
Counselor Townsend.
No.
Counselor Phillips.
Yes.
Counselor Miller.
No.
Counselor McPherson.
No.
Counselor Kushner.
Yes.
Counselor Harris.
No.
Counselor Garcia.
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
No.
And that's lost on a tie.
All right. The next amendment that we have is Councillor Garcia, that a minimum of one councillor be part of each nominating panel that will evaluate applications to advisory committees and task forces, with councillors identifying the nominating panel of their choice for approval by council. And Councillor Garcia, do you wish to speak to this one to start? All right. So Councillor Garcia, you're up first.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I think this amendment is not in any way contrary to the staff recommendation. I'm simply saying that as councilors, we're the ones that are closest to the community, that we're out there meeting the people, that we're the ones that get all the phone calls and hear about all the issues before they get to staff. And we are sometimes in a much better position to comment on certain applications as opposed to somebody just looking at a resume or a history. So I'm not trying to change the intent that staff had. I'm just saying, let's make sure that we have at least one counselor in each of these nominating panels. And may I remind council that the previous regime, we had the pillars that we're now getting rid of, which I agree with, because I was always concerned that would create another layer of bureaucracy, which it did, I think. But still, those pillar committees were still reviewing the applications with lots of input from staff. Input from staff liaisons is critical as well. I realize this is just adding a counselor into each of the nominating panels. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Garcia. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I did sit through this process in my first term of council, and I did not find it to be a great idea for councillors to be choosing who goes on what committees or task force. I'm not saying that this does happen, but there could potentially be a conflict there. And when I say that, perhaps maybe a friend or someone, a counselor knows, his name comes through in an application, it puts a counselor in a very tough position. And I don't think any counselor should be in that position, nor should a counselor be recommending someone that they know, a close colleague or a friend, to be on any committees or task force. Additionally, I do believe that we have a very competent clerk's department in city staff who can evaluate the applications accordingly and put forth the best candidates possible who to apply for these committees. And for those reasons, I will not be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yeah, through you, Mayor, just to add to Councillor Townsend's comments, I think that the other conflict of interest is you have people applying who could have been an opponent of that councillor in the election that just passed, and there's a conflict there. And I just think that, yeah, if we can keep politics as far away from this process as possible, that improves the process.
Councillor Williamson.
I didn't know councilors were such bad people. Once again, I believe there is value in being a city councilor, a local voice, and having a say on issues. And it shouldn't be just entirely staff making all the decisions, which appears to be the direction this council wants to go towards. The library board selections came through. I believe the new library members probably were involved in that process. We were in the past. I think councilors do have, yeah, sure, they have relationships and friends, et cetera, in the community, but we also know this is a confidential process, respect the confidentiality confidentiality of it. And like I said, I think that it should be, I think that the role of council is one that shouldn't be just completely limited. We should have a role here, and should have a role in deciding who some of the people might be. And the mayor's talking about, let's recruit more people. Well, if we're not going to have a say in it and make suggestions to people we know that might be good additions to the committees, then, just once again, it limits councilor's voice in the whole procedure here, whole process here, if we don't allow them to at least have a say in this particular aspect of setting up the committees.
Councillor Miller.
Thank you. Feeling very validated in my quest not to have any friends as a politician. My question is, I think maybe there's concern about who gets appointed if we don't have an elected representative having a say in that. Could clerks go over, if we're concerned about a particular member of a committee, is there any, what is the process outside the committee perhaps? Can council get involved to say, we're concerned this member is disruptive, hateful, not contributing in a positive way, or is that still sort of left up to the committee?
So through the chair, there's two ways councilors get involved. So first is, as under what's proposed, the recommendation comes to council to say yes or no appoint these individuals. As part of that, currently what you see is the list of people that we recommend for appointment. What we're proposing is the list of people recommended, the list of all the applicants as well as their application, so that council has the information to be informed as to what led to that process. After an individual has been appointed, if council is concerned about their conduct, or if any member of the public or the committee, if anyone's watching right now, is concerned about conduct, we have both the formal and informal complaint protocols through our code of conduct. We always recommend going informal first, bringing something up to our office, to the clerk's office. We can discuss what's the situation that's happened, whether or not we think that it's appropriate for either us to step in and have a conversation with the member and or get the integrity commissioner involved. If there's repeated conduct issues or a larger conduct issue, even just once, either a counselor can bring it forward that that person either be spoken to and or removed, and or staff might bring that forward on their own.
So, and I think I've noticed that's what's happened with the library board and the airport tonight, is that we've seen the full list of applicants and their applications in addition to the recommendations. So what would happen if council together tonight said, you know what, actually we don't approve of either a particular member or these recommendations across the board would just get sent back to whoever picked it to re-pick, and kind of why would they?
So through the chair, council, in these situations, council has the ultimate decision on who is appointed. If council's not comfortable with one of the names that was recommended, you have an option. You can either go back to the group and say, we're not comfortable with this individual, and here's why. Can you recommend someone else? And or council can actually just make an appointment directly. Of course, we would suggest that this all happen in closed session, as we'd be talking about an identifiable individual and the merits of their application.
I guess you can see it being a bit of a quagmire where council gets involved. We're going back in camera to discuss every appointee, but I guess that could happen if a member of council's on there anyway. So, okay, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Lindell.
I'm going to have to disagree with Councillors Townsend and Ratzliff. Just to put it in perspective, I was lucky enough to be part of a nominating committee with Councillor Miller recently, and there were several applicants that were put forward that I either knew personally or I had a working relationship at some point. And in essence, it was Councillor Miller and myself who ended up pretty much deciding who would be on that committee, and we took the time to read over every application and look at them very unbiasedly. And I don't think most of the people that both he and I would know actually made it onto the committee. And I think that looking around this table, I don't think there's anybody here
who would not look at it that way. I think that this council is an excellent council, and I think that they're able to look at things impartially and to pick people who would benefit the city and not necessarily themselves. And that's just, I'm going to vote for this motion just simply for that reason.
Councillor, all right, I've got to go to Councillor Garcia first. Councillor, if you can just turn yours off, I'll go to Councillor, and if you want to add for a second time, I can put you back on. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for allowing me to speak again. I just wanted to make the comment that a comment was made that a councilor being on the nominating committee, potentially we could be partial to somebody we know or a friend. First of all, as Councilor Lindell just said, we all have honesty and integrity, and we are obligated under the code of conduct to behave accordingly. Secondly, if that was a problem, that is also a problem for staff, and there'll be more staff on this panel than one councilor. So if we were going to worry about friends, the problem with staff could be more severe. But I don't believe that it would be a problem with either one of us. So I will stick with my motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And Councillor Ratzlaff, I apologize. I didn't realize, stupidly, because this is the Fourth Amendment, I forgot that this was Councillor Garcia's and he had also already spoken. So it is your turn now, but I apologize for asking you to switch order there.
No, it's okay. Thank you. Through the chair. Just to clarify, my point about conflict of interest doesn't have to do with our integrity. I'm questioning anybody's integrity here. It just has to do with you're in a position to benefit from who you nominate. So like, if you were competing against someone for this seat in the last election and they applied for a position on a board, you have to say yes or no. And that puts you in a position, a conflict of interest you don't want to be in, right? Like, we don't want to be in that conflict of interest at all. So why would we put ourselves in that position? Yeah, it did happen on the library board, I think. Yeah. So like, why do you even have to, why would we want to put ourselves in that position? I don't, so.
All right, Councillor Harris, followed by Councillor Townsend.
I guess my only question is, if we support this, are we looking at some of these existing advisory boards, like the Neil Peart Advisory and things like that? Or is that done?
Through the chair, we would only be looking at any positions we're appointing members to. So as a next step, if this is approved, we would email out the councilors, ask them what committees or task forces they're interested in being on the nominating panel for, and ask them to rank them, and then bring a report back to council, where council would identify who sits on each nominating panel.
I guess I'm just a little confused, because that Neil Peart, what was the original terms of reference for the Neil Peart committee? Wasn't it the mayor and like a task force?
Through the chair, originally the mayor was appointed to the task force, but at this stage, I think that the mayor has indicated that he was willing to give his seat up to another representative.
The mayor doesn't really have any knowledge base whatsoever of Neil Peart, other than we are incredibly proud of him here in this community, and we will continue forward with some form of memorial. That's as political a statement as I can make.
Okay.
If there is a Snoop Doggy Dogg task force at some point, I will sign up for it. All right, Councillor Townsend, followed by Councillor Kushner. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I just want to reiterate that my comments were not to destroy anyone's integrity around this chamber. My point was at any time a councillor is put in the position to appoint people to any board, whether it be any community across the country, it could put a councillor in a conflict of interest position. My question to through you, Mr. Mayor, to the clerk: how many Ontario municipalities do have city councillors that look over applications and appoint citizens to committees? I'm going to say none.
Through the chair, I would say that there are definitely some. I don't know the number, I don't know the percentage, but we spent a lot of time looking at how nominations happen at each municipality, and it's all across the board. And even within some municipalities, so Toronto, for example, they don't have the same process for every committee or task force or board. It varies widely. So we were just trying to make a recommendation that, you know, with the removal of the pillars, how do we continue to efficiently move things forward for council or to get people approved quickly? And that was the recommendation, but yeah, I don't know the actual number.
Okay, thank you for that. And I'll just say Barrie, Kingston, Waterloo, Guelph, North Bay, they don't participate, just to name a few of many, don't participate in having counselors point or look over applications. So again, I won't be supporting this. I don't think counselors should be a part of this process. We have an HR staff, we have a very competent, fantastic clerks department who are well capable of establishing this. Thank you.
Councillor Kushner?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The question I have is, we seem to be getting a lot of split votes. And what these split votes, what happens in this case if several councillors, minority, decide they don't want to put their names forward for any of these committees? Will this be a requirement for us to be on the committee?
Through the chair, the way that the amendment is phrased, I would not say that a councillor is required to put their name forward to be on a nominating panel.
Thank you.
Actually, but the clerk, or Councillor Kushner's raised something interesting. Can we make sure there may be committees, like if this passes, there may be nominating panels where no councillor is interested in serving on it. So can we add some language right now if this passes, that if nobody is interested in adding themselves to that nominating panel? Because otherwise we're going to be back here doing this again in 2 weeks. So is there language we can add there?
I would say that
How about add that a maximum of one counselor be a part, and then you're not requiring that there has to be a counselor, but if a counselor wishes to, there will be a counselor. Okay. Okay, I just want to make sure we don't have to do this again. Okay, so we change minimum to maximum. Yeah, I have that. I just want to make sure it gets changed on the screen. Councillor Ratzlaff?
Yeah, so I just want to make sure that we don't have the same counselor on every single committee and on every single nominating panel. Because how this is written, you could have a situation where I'm the counselor that's helping on every panel.
So there would, you'd want to make an amendment to an amendment, and that, I'm trying to think about how we would amend this.
writing policy on the fly is never a good idea.
So I'm going to look to the mover first of all. How would the counselor that serves on a panel be chosen? Can we turn on Councilor Garcia's mic?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, would you repeat that?
How are we going to choose which counselor sits on the nominating panel?
Well, the way I discuss it with the clerk, as she just said, she would ask counselors to put their name forward to nominating panels that they want to be on.
So my concern is, what if 7 counselors want to be on a nominating panel? Like, let's say the Recreation Master Plan. I'm just picking one, but because it's my favorite. But what if 7 counselors want to be on that?
Well, the way it's worded right now, it says that a maximum of 1 counselor. So
But that's what I mean. So how would we pick that counselor from the 7 people that would like to be on that committee? It's your amendment, so I'm just wondering.
Yeah, I believe that would be decided by council at the council meeting.
So it would be a vote. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
So then to Councilor Ratzlaff's concern, I think the answer there, that's left to council. Ultimately then, if council decides that there are 10 nominating committees and council decides to nominate the same person to 7 of them, that's really on council at that point. Does that make sense? So maybe there isn't a need for an amendment? Okay. Okay, thank you, Councilor Garcia. If you
Thank
just
you.
want to turn off, and I've got Councilor Kushner, did you want to speak?
I was going to suggest amendment to the amendment, and that is that a councillor not be permitted to serve on more than one nominating panel. But you feel that
I think given the clarification we've just had, I think that works. So I think we can just stick with the amendment as it stands. So I'm not seeing any other questions or comments. So if not, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Garcia. Oh, sorry, just one. Thank you. Councillor Ratzlaff.
No.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
No.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
No.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
All right, the next amendment is that Quest Community Health Center, Rainbow Niagara Services, be given one automatic seat in the terms of reference for the LGBTQ2+ Advisory Committee, and this is Councillor McPherson. So Councillor McPherson, would you like to speak first to this? Just hold for one moment. All right, add yourself and anybody else who wishes to speak. Councillor McPherson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The reasoning behind this is that in my conversations with the clerk's office, that it's very difficult to choose. There's many organizations that represent the various elements of the LGBTQ2+ community. But Quest Community Health Center and their Rainbow Niagara Services provide a very unique and specific service with regards to healthcare. They have their Rainbow Niagara Services. It's an award-winning healthcare system that they have put into place. They are the only ones that serve the trans community and ensure that people are given the proper healthcare when they are transitioning. I think that their advice and their guidance with regards to our LGBTQ2+ committee is, I'm not going to call it essential, but I'm going to say it's very much needed, especially as we move forward and through the diversity, inclusion, and equity. They can provide perspectives that range from children and kids and their experiences all the way up to seniors. So I'd just like the number on the committee can remain the same, but I would just like to offer them an automatic seat. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor McPherson. Are there any speakers to the amendment? All right, I will speak very briefly to this. I will be voting against this particular amendment, not because I believe that Quest isn't qualified for this. I 100% believe that anybody who may come forward from Quest would be qualified to sit on this committee. My concern, though, Councillor McPherson referenced it right at the very beginning. I'm concerned about the idea of putting into the terms of reference one group over another group. And while I understand the point that Councillor McPherson has made, I think that there are other groups that could argue that within the LGBTQ2+ community, they offer specific services that, while maybe not essential, are very important to have a voice as well. I truthfully have no doubt that if a representative from Quest were to put their name forward, they have a very high likelihood of being added to this committee, just based on the terms of reference and the requirements that we're looking for. But with that in mind, I won't be voting to add them into the terms of reference. I can see your finger, Councillor McPherson. You keep pressing the button and then turning it off again. Councillor McPherson.
Just for clarification, with regards to the older adults, we've identified CARP as being given a representation on that committee. As someone who has worked with significant numbers of the various reach groups and the groups in the community. I think that why I would strongly ask for support is that Quest is an incredibly busy organization, and they would not be able to necessarily guarantee that the same person could sit on the committee for an entire 4-year term. And my hope is that by having them have a seat, that they can provide guidance for various topics that move through. That's part of it. And if we've done it for the older adults and CARP, why not do it for this one?
I appreciate your clarification, but that actually creates more hesitancy in my mind, because if a group is going to have someone different, I don't think that lends itself to the continuity that we're looking for with our committees. And again, I respect your point of view, Councillor, and as I've said, I believe if somebody from Quest were to put their name forward, they would likely wind up scoring very high on the matrix. But I just wanted to make sure I explained my reasoning behind what my vote will be. With that, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
No.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
No.
Councillor Dodge.
I'm not sure.
Is that a yes or was that a no?
I'm not sure. I'm going to go with the mayor on this. No.
Councillor Harris.
No.
Councillor Kushner.
No.
Councillor Lindell.
No.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
No.
And that's lost.
All right. As staff bring up the mother of all amendments this evening, because this is by far the largest amendment that we have, and it's Councillor Ratzlaff's. By way of an update, it was 3-1 Falcons. The game, is it 3-2 now? Oh, okay. Well, it's still 3-2 Falcons. So a number of changes here, additions, I should say. Councillor Ratzlaff, are they all additions to the terms of reference for the Environmental Stewardship Advisory Committee? Okay.
I think that one of the changes was instead of greening initiatives was resilience initiatives. I believe that was one of the major removals.
Okay, so Councillor Ratzlaff, just let me turn off the voting mode, and then once it pops up, you can speak to this. This one may require some explanation.
Yeah, I can speak to it.
Okay. You have the floor.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm just trying to do two things with these amendments. The first thing is we want to, as a city, and I think the city staff's doing a good job of this, is to look at all of our decisions through a climate action lens. So that just means that there's a lot of things happening around creating a more environmentally resilient city. And so I found it difficult as a councillor to understand all those things happening across the corporation. And I think for a volunteer group of citizens, that'll be even more difficult. And so I do think it's important, though, for them to kind of get a sense of the work that's happening, the work that has happened, so that they can make a really informed, so they can just, it'll improve the quality of advice that they give. And so that's the first thing at the very beginning. I think it is, no. I actually don't see it there, wait. So just to, Evan, there was a blurb about providing a staff report.
Is it the bottom point above composition?
Yeah, oh yeah, sorry, that's the last, so that's the last point there. So provide input into an annual staff report regarding the city's response to climate change. Yeah, so that's that point. And then the second one was, since the 90s, environmentalists have noticed or have seen the need for adding an emphasis, so not just focusing, especially in an urban context like ours, not just focusing on conservation, but also focusing on city planning, active transportation, and emission reduction. So I just want to make sure that that's part of what this committee considers when they're considering environmental stewardship. It is about conservation, but it's not just about conservation. So you can see in the composition of the board, we're looking for things like urban forestry, horticulture, but I think it's also really important that we have a few people on the committee that also understand transportation, city planning, emission reduction initiatives, because that's really, really, really going to be really important when it comes to the city's responding to the climate emergency that we're in. So those are kind of the two reasons for these additions and subtractions.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Ratzlaff. Any questions or comments? All right, so I've got Councilor Garcia, followed by Councilor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. These look to me to be major changes to the terms of reference to the committee. That doesn't mean they're wrong, but I would like to refer this to staff who have done all the work on this report and the committees to get their comments on the suggestions and suggested changes.
So there's a motion to refer this amendment, and I would then say the terms and references for the Environmental Stewardship Advisory Committee. I just want to make sure I get the name right. Madam Clerk, is that correct?
Sorry, I just wanted to make sure there was a part of the motion that accidentally got removed about membership. If this item is referred, we would just report back specifically on this.
So we would also be referring the terms of reference for environmental, so we would not be passing that terms of reference for this evening?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, so I would argue there needs to be a very quick turnaround on this because we're going out to recruitment in the short term.
Through the chair, we would start our recruitment initiatives right away, and we would probably recruit for this at the end of that or separately. I wouldn't want to hold back all the other committees for this item.
Okay, so I just want to make sure, but can we get a quick turnaround on this? Like staff's comment with respect to this?
I'm also looking at the Director of Engineering, Facilities, and Environmental Services. His staff has done a lot of work on this item, so.
Mr. Martuccio always says yes to my request for a quick turnaround, so I expect nothing less.
To you, Mr. Mayor, I think it would all depend on there's a timelines for having the reports in that would affect their ability to turn this around. Staff do have to digest this and provide comment on it.
I do think council would be willing to waive the normal requirements for turnaround time on this one if we could get it back ASAP.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so the motion to refer is non-debatable. All those in favor of referral? So all those opposed to referral? So that is referred. So that amendment will come back ASAP. April 3rd, I'm sure is what the director said. So with that, we now have a full motion on the board. So at this point, many councilors have already spoken to the broader initial motion with respect to the overall plan, but at this point, it's a clean slate. So anybody who would like to speak to what is there, I will ask if we are speaking to the full motion as it is right now. Try to keep it to summary comments and new information if you have new information. So with that, seeing nobody looking to speak, I'll look to the clerk to call the roll on the entirety of the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips,
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff,
Yes.
Councillor Williamson,
No.
and Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
All right, moving on to 10.1, Affordable Housing Pledge. Moving the motion, I have Councillor Miller, and seconding the motion, I have Councillor Ratzlaff. I will exit voting mode, and I will ask Councillor Miller, do you wish to speak first?
Sure. It's kind of a long motion. I'm not going to read it. A few weeks ago, we were asked by the province to pledge our commitment to housing. I think staff did a good job to show that we are already deeply committed to having more housing built here. I said that time I'd like to bring what I would call partnership motion, asking for the province to pledge to do more on housing. Without getting too far into the history of it, it's pretty clear that the city alone isn't going to be able to, or even the city and region alone isn't going to be able to solve the housing crisis, that we do need a commitment, and a specific commitment, as I've asked for here in this motion, from the province towards ending wait times for social housing and doing more to build affordable housing. As I'm sure everyone here knows, this is a responsibility that was mostly downloaded to municipalities. A responsibility downloaded without resources being downloaded to municipalities. That largely happened during the mid-90s, during the common sense repudiation era, and it's continued to happen since then. The only not-for-profits are really the only ones building affordable housing. So that's rental housing that people can actually afford. We're seeing an issue in Niagara right now where some people can afford to move out of social housing if there were affordable rentals around. I just looked today. There is a one-bedroom on Oakdale, very nice place, I'm sure, but it's currently renting for $1,900. That is probably 3 times what it was even 5 or 6 years ago. I think everyone can see that's not affordable. The province does fund social housing through Niagara Regional Housing, but direct government housing grants need to be increased, and they've been frozen for a really long time. And if the only plan is to address supply, which is basically what the province asked of us, we're going to continue to struggle as a city and as a region to address the crisis. So I'm asking for the province to step up and to pledge to do so giving them some time to mull it over. They got about 6 months to make this pledge. I think it's a reasonable ask. Thank you.
Councillor Ratzlaff?
Yeah, I just have a friendly amendment to make to the motion as well. I sent it to the clerk, but it's not as long as the last one. But I'll speak to what
are you sure that it's friendly?
Yeah.
Both of you have to agree for it to be friendly.
Yeah, so I'll just speak to it. So even if we're able to build, even if a percentage of the tens of thousands of units we're gonna be building are rentals, the issue that we're seeing is that there's no rent control on units that are built after November 15th, 2018. So, meaning if you move into one of those units, rent can increase year over year, whatever the landlord wants it to increase. And that's tough. I'm getting people knocking on my door telling me that they can't afford the increases this year. So, yeah, that's a whereas.
All right, so that's friendly?
Yeah, that's.
Can we turn on Councillor Miller?
That's friendly. I would maybe consider adding a corresponding friendly, be it further resolved, maybe to ask the province to consider adding those rent controls for those purpose-built post-2018 that are currently not controlled.
So be it further resolved that the province consider extending rent control beyond November 15th, 2018? Okay. So can we add that? Be it further resolved that council urge the province to extend rent control? Out of curiosity, Madam Clerk, are you typing out what I've been saying and sending it?
I was going to, but she's getting it.
Okay. That council urges the province to extend rent control beyond November 15th, 2018. Did I get that date right? Okay. Wonderful. Councillor Ratzlaff, you were finished? Perfect. Okay. Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I see this motion being almost written on behalf of Niagara Region because there's no guarantee that any of these, even if the province sends money, there's no guarantee St. Catharines is going to get any of it. To me, under further, be it further resolved, we're sending it to a lot of other people. I would suggest that we send it to every municipality in Niagara, so hopefully they're going to jump on the bandwagon as we are to encourage this to happen.
So we will add
As a friendly amendment.
Niagara Regional Housing, the Niagara Region, and all Niagara municipalities.
Yes. Because it is the region's responsibility to provide affordable housing to the rest of the region.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments, concerns, queries, confabulations? Seeing none, I'll look to the clerk to call the roll on the amended motion.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Just for clarification, was this presented as a notice of motion previously?
It was on,
It was.
yes, and
Okay,
it was on
thank
the
you.
agenda.
Yeah, yes, thank you.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
That's carried.
Item 10.2 is remuneration for council, boards, agencies, and commissions. There is a motion that will be on the screen being moved by Councillor Townsend. Can I have a seconder for the motion? Councillor Miller. Councillor Townsend, would you like to speak first to this? All right, Councillor Townsend.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, very straightforward, just asking for the formation of a citizens task force to review council, boards, agency, commission remuneration, similar to what other municipalities have done. You look at Kingston, Barrie, Milton, Burlington, Oakville. They took part in this process previous to the last municipal election. So I'm asking for us to have a look at this and allow residents to partake in the discussion and determine what council or what the city should be doing with their boards, agencies, and commissions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to staff, I'm not sure who to address it to, but did we not have a pretty extensive staff report on council remuneration not that long ago in the last term of council?
Through the chair, yes. So we did talk with Councillor Townsend about that when he brought this idea forward. So which is, we had recommended that referencing that previous report in the terms of reference for a task force would really kind of limit the amount of additional work to get the task force for review. We would basically, the report was done in May 2022. We were bringing that report forward along with any changes that have happened to those municipalities since that time.
Thank you. So to you, Mr. Mayor, so we'd just be updating that because if I remember, we had quite an extensive discussion on that, right?
Through the chair, that's correct. Staff would update that information and present it to the task force for their input.
Okay. And through you, Mr. Mayor, to the mover, why are you suggesting citizens only? Do we not need staff there? Like, how would citizens qualify for this in general?
Can we turn on Councillor Townsend's mic?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Garcia. The ask is essentially to come up with the terms of reference, and I think in the terms of reference, it would include staff as a part of that. But I guess the way it is worded, yes, But we just want to see a terms of reference of what it might look like, and then we would still have to approve the terms of reference of the committee. Task force.
Can we add Councillor Garcia's mic? There we go.
Yeah. Thank you, Councilor Townsend. Yes, Mr. Mayor, I just can't support this because we already spent a lot of time on this and a lot of staff time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I will just raise, and you are 100% correct, I actually watched that meeting. It was a very long conversation, and I will give credit to the wise and estimable Councillor Kushner, who made the comment that at the time, this should have been done by a citizens task force. Like that is the best way when we're dealing with council remuneration. It should be left to citizens with staff input, as opposed to elected officials voting on their own remuneration. And I thought I believe Councillor Townsend is taking from that comment, which I think was well received, that this should be done by a citizens task force making recommendations as opposed to councillors trying to make recommendations on their own. Councillor Williamson, followed by Councillor Ratzlaff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I won't be supporting this. We have a perfectly good formula tied to the average income of St. Catharines residents. We just got a 6-point-something% increase based on that formula. Tonight we voted to actually effectively have fewer responsibilities by not being assigned to committees. The transit was uploaded to the region, another reduction in responsibility. So I can't see us endeavoring to reinvent another formula when we got one that works perfectly fine.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Williamson. Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yeah, just for clarity, like, would this task force be looking more than just the formula? Like, would it also look at whether or not council would want, like, two things, like benefits or those types of things? Only because I know one of the reasons why you'd want to do something like this is because you'd want to encourage more diversity around the horseshoe here, and things like looking at the entire package, not just that formula that comes up with how much we are paid, I think would help with that. And then the other thing is related to that. Some of us, there are opportunities to sit on, I guess, committees that actually increase how much you get paid. So like you can sit on the hydro board and make $7,000 to $9,000 more than everyone else here, and then you can also go on the electors board and make $45,000 more. And so, just will those things also be considered beyond just the formula?
Can we turn on Councillor Townsend's mic? Oh, yeah.
Thank you. The simple request is, yeah, the terms of reference, but in that report, the report refers to examples as to what other cities do, similar sized as we are. However, it's going to be different because a lot of them did a review previous to the municipal election. So yes, they're going to be looking at just to have, again, terms of reference for them to review the previous report that was done by staff and any changes that may have been made in that report.
All right. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Miller, followed by Councillor McPherson.
Yeah, I mean, I expressed my disappointment we didn't do this before the last election. I think, with all due respect, the result is that we don't have a perfectly good system. I think everyone here would admit that we're pretty good at our jobs, but maybe we're not the absolute best 12 people in the city to do this, and there's almost no turnover at city council. The only reason we get turnover is if someone decides not to run again. It's extremely rare for someone to run and be an incumbent, though. It happens. And we have a complete and utter almost lack of diversity, or at least we do not represent the community that we are supposed to represent in terms of lived experience. So I think what we need to be doing whatever we can as Councillor Ratzlaff to encourage more people to run, and I think ultimately that would encourage more people to get interested in municipal politics. Again, the voting, I think Last time it was around 26%. We saw very little turnover. We continue to see very little diversity on council. I'm not sure we can really say that this is a system that's working, and certainly I think asking a citizens task force to look at one part of a possible solution to that is a pretty simple and straightforward ask. Again, wish it happened 12 months ago, but better late than never.
Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To follow up on Councillor Miller and Ratzlaff Townsend's points, not that we aren't really great councillors and wonderful people, but the reality is that the diversity within this room does not reflect the community that we live in. It would be incredibly, I will say that there are times with and this isn't about making more money. This is about the reality of, I have my own business. I sacrifice client time and willingly and very happily. I'm fortunate that I have a business where I have flexibility. If I am a single mom at home looking at, can I run? Could I actually run? And could I actually be an effective counselor? The remuneration that we are paid does not reflect the reality of daycare, childcare, transit. It does not reflect the fact that not everyone has a flexible schedule in what they do. If I'm a single mom, if I'm a single dad and I work in a restaurant business or a retail position, I would not have the flexibility to say, I am going to take this time off or I would not have it covered, or I would not have that flexibility. I think the only way that we can work towards a more diverse council, a council that represents the community that we live in, is to look at the reality of remuneration. I don't think there's anyone here. I mean, well, there are some people. Councillor Miller, Councillor Ratzlaff, paying, having Mayor Cisco, having to put money out for daycare or childcare at times to come to meetings. It's not like when I was a kid and I got paid $2 to babysit my brother for 5 hours. That's not the reality. So we are asking people, or we need to give people the financial security to at least be able to participate. And this is a simple request for a task force to look at, a citizen task force to look at the reality of it. I fully support this motion, and I was here for the last conversation, but we are all very privileged in this room we're all in very privileged positions. I will relay a simple story that I spoke to someone who said to me, I wish I could run for council, but I cannot. I cannot afford to take time away from my job, which is a part-time job because that's all I'm able to get. I can't afford to do it. So I'm choosing not to put my name forward. I'm choosing to not participate. It's a struggle for this person to sit on a city committee, let alone become a councillor. Do I think they'd be a great councillor? Absolutely. They would bring a perspective that none of us have. So this being afraid of looking at our financial remuneration, I do not understand it. Thank you.
All right, seeing no other speakers. Oh, wait, Councillor Phillips. I was looking right at the board, I promise you. I knew as soon as I said it.
Thank you, and I'll make this as quick as I can. Number one, we're not guaranteeing ourselves an increase in remuneration. We're having a task force look at what other corresponding cities have. Maybe there is a benefit program that people could access that would make it better for people, that wouldn't cost much, or maybe we become part of the benefit program that our staff have, and it comes out of our wages, but not very much. I have no idea. I think that would have been a good idea a long time ago. But the thing is, I don't want the residents out there to think, oh, this council is looking for a great big we're asking a group of citizens to review what other councils in the GTA or Windsor, whatever, what they have, Are we in line with them? If we are in line with them, fine, done deal. If they're making an awful lot more than we are, well, then maybe it's something we look at. If we're making more than they are, well, then I guess we're lucky. I don't think that's the case, to be honest with you, but all we're doing is asking for a group of citizens to take a look through a lens to see if we can make it a little bit better for those people who are in need, like Councillor McPherson just mentioned. But if everything's fine, that group will decide whether we go forward or not. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Phillips. With that, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Townsend,
Yes.
Councillor Miller,
Yes.
Councillor Dodge,
Yes.
Councillor Phillips,
Yes.
Councillor Williamson,
No.
Councillor Harris,
Yes.
Councillor Garcia,
No.
Councillor Kushner,
Yes.
Councillor Lindell,
Yes.
Councillor McPherson,
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff,
Yes.
and Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
All right, at this point, I think I'm giving up the chair to Councillor Phillips for a moment, as the next motion is mine.
This is fun. Would you turn on the mayor's mic, please? Oh, we will? Okay. Good, it's on. Yes, Mr. Mayor, would you like to bring forth the motion?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. The motion is fairly straightforward. I'm not going to read through the whole thing. Basically, in discussing with staff, we are collecting municipal accommodation tax. That municipal accommodation tax is collected from hoteliers as well as Airbnb. One of the requests that other municipalities are making, and I think it makes sense for us, is that we ask the Ontario government to make the municipal accommodation tax mandatory, province-wide, and centrally administered for all short-term rentals on all platforms for the purposes of collection and redistribution. That lessens the amount of work that our staff have to do, and it clarifies the process. So ultimately, I'm just asking for council to join in that resolution so we can forward this on to the province. A number of other municipalities, as I said, have already endorsed this, and in speaking to staff, this would make the process of collecting the municipal accommodation tax easier for our staff. And I do believe I need a seconder still.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before I go any further, I need a seconder for this motion. Don't all raise your hands at the same time.
I'll second it.
Councillor Lindell, thank you. Councillor Dodge?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, to the mover of this request. So in doing this, you're saying that the province would share the fee amongst everybody equally? No? Oh, yeah.
No, so it would simply be that the province would collect and then remunerate municipalities based on how many of the room rentals were in their municipality. The different platforms that exist are able to divide up that data and so identify that X number of thousands of dollars came from rentals in St. Catharines. This would create a centralized processing by the Ontario government, and then that money would flow through to the municipalities.
Not to the region, to the municipality. Thank you.
Councillor Townsend?
Thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor Phillips. My question to the mover, how does this, would this be reflected in, say, the City of Ottawa, City of Toronto, Niagara Falls, who does collect and rely on their MAT tax significantly? Would this mean the province would implement this MAT tax, but they would still be, example, our friends in Niagara Falls would still be collecting their significant tourist tax that they charge people?
Turn your mic off, please, Councillor.
It's weird. I don't expect it from this angle. No, this doesn't deal specifically with other municipalities. I know my good friends down the highway do have, we'll call them other revenue sources. So this doesn't address that. This is, truthfully, this, I think, clarifies the process, not just for municipalities. It doesn't just make it easier for municipalities. I think it also makes it easier for the platforms. If there is a provincial collection system, it makes the process much more straightforward, and I think eases, to a certain extent, the regulatory burden. It doesn't change the actual dollar cost, but it eases the regulatory burden and makes it a little bit easier to get our hands on those funds.
Thank you.
And through the Deputy Mayor, I appreciate that response. I guess my concern here is if the province, and I think it's great if we can have the province collect and then distribute fairly, appropriately to the municipalities. I guess my concern here is if the province implements this, which would be great, would the province basically eliminate the, say, Niagara Falls from charging their own mat tax, or the City of Toronto from collecting their own tourist tax, or Ottawa, wherever it may be, whatever major Ontario city? Do we know if they would basically stop that from happening, or would this just allow Niagara Falls or other municipalities to double dip and take on two municipal accommodation tax funds, if that makes sense?
I would suggest that if the province were to implement something like this, it would probably create significantly more scrutiny on that possibility and may lead to further legislation that might change the situation and avoid that sort of double dipping. I can't guarantee that. I wish I could, but.
Councillor Townsend?
Thank you. Through the Deputy Mayor, is there a way we could include language around that, be collected and distributed through the province only? Is there a way we can encompass that? Because I would be concerned about, say, the province implements such a tax, and then other municipalities basically now just get even more in their pocket. I'm just wondering if that makes sense, if there's a way we can include language in it that would kind of suggest that we want it through one entity and one entity only.
Turn your mic off, Councillor, please.
So I would suggest that the language that is there, that the municipal accommodation tax be mandatory, province-wide, and centrally administered, would do exactly, I think that language does exactly what you're saying. It doesn't preclude municipalities like our friends from creating new revenue tools. I think that's the purview of the province, but in this case, it is calling that the municipal accommodation tax specifically be collected by the province only and centrally administered.
Councillor Townsend?
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor, I will be supportive of this. In essence, it's a starting point to move a system along that would make it easier on staff and certainly, hopefully, easier for on the municipalities. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Garcia?
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Through you to the mover, is your motion recommending, or should it recommend that the percentage tax be standardized? Like, it seems to me it'd be a nightmare for the province if they were to collect a whole variety of different taxes across different municipalities.
You're saying the same fee for every city? Is that what you're suggesting?
The same percentage, or I don't know how we would do it, but I'm trying to imagine how the province, Council Dodge would know the number right off of how many municipalities there are in Ontario, but there's a whole pile with, they all have different systems.
444 municipalities. Actually, no, 444 members of AMO. Toronto is not a member of AMO, so 445. Useless facts. I don't know why it's in there. So my conversations with folks both at, for instance, Airbnb, but also with provincial officials is that this would not be onerous at all. Municipalities, they could provide centrally administered funds without too much difficulty. It's a simple submission from the platform to the province, and then that becomes a flow through from the province through to the municipality. So differing rates shouldn't matter, but the intention with respect to the MAT being mandatory province-wide and centrally administered, if the province were to go all the way with those three, that would indicate a consistent rate. Now, the province could choose to do parts of that and not all of it, and if that's the case, well, then I think municipalities would still be left to set their own individual rates, but some form of standardization would make everything a little bit easier.
Okay, thank you for that. You've obviously done your homework on that. I would support this, and I would suggest that we should also copy all the local area municipalities, because hopefully they will be supporting it as well.
Friendly amendment? Thank you. Include that, please. Councillor Miller.
Yeah, just I guess maybe clarification. Are we talking about hotels, or are we just talking about short-term rentals like Airbnb, for example?
So again, if the province were to go whole hog, mandatory province-wide and centrally administered would be everybody. Again, there may be decisions that I can't push the province one way or the other, but again, the goal would be mandatory province-wide and centrally administered, so the same rules for everybody.
Councillor?
So it wouldn't matter.
Whisper in his ear if you want. But
So it wouldn't matter what type of accommodation we're talking about. One night at a motel, hotel, Holiday Inn, Airbnb.
That's right, motel, hotel, Holiday Inn, doesn't matter.
Is that? I guess, is that clear? To me, short-term rentals, when I hear short-term rentals, I'm thinking those private residences that are rented out.
I think short-term rental is anything from an Airbnb to a Holiday Inn room.
So in the context of this motion, it is specific to short-term rentals. If council would like to make an alteration to that, I would not be opposed to that. But this is dealing specifically with short-term rentals because short-term rentals operate through a variety of different platforms. They have a variety of different ways that they collect fees and all the rest of it. Hotels, there's, I think, established practice when it comes to municipal accommodation taxes with hoteliers. There aren't established practices because not all municipal accommodations taxes up to this point have been applied to short-term rentals. So it's still relatively new, and this is something that could make the process easier for our staff. I don't think there's an issue with respect to the hoteliers, but if you wanted to add an amendment that the province examine expanding this for all municipal accommodation tax, that would be fine.
You can speak into the mayor's mic, Mr. Councillor Miller. Save yourself.
I guess I don't really want to make that amendment because I know our staff has already done a lot of work in trying to get that particular tax done. Yeah, I'm just, to be clear, I think my reading of this is, as you said, this will just apply to short-term rental. Happy to support that. I just wanted to be clear what we were talking about. So I'm good.
Thank you. Call the question then. I'll ask the clerk to call for a recorded vote, please.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, do we need a motion to extend here?
We will.
Sure. Motion to extend for half an hour. Councillor Townsend, thank you. Thank you, Councillor.
Did you?
Go ahead.
Okay. So this is on the motion. Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
Mayor, Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Miller. Councillor Garcia, can you turn your microphone off? Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Okay. Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Counselor McPherson.
Yes.
Counselor Kushner.
Yes.
Counselor Harris.
Yes.
Counselor Dodge.
Yes.
Counselor Phillips.
Yes.
Counselor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Counselor Townsend.
Yes.
And Counselor Williamson.
Yes.
And that's carried.
Councilor Garcia, I will just say, it is cathartic to vote with that deep baritone voice. I appreciate that. I've never tried that before. All right, calls for notice of motions. Any notice of motions for the next meeting? Seeing none. Report requests, Councilor McPherson, go for it. Talk about micro grants.
Thank you. I'd like to ask staff for a report on microgrants to enable smaller community organizations to have access to funds for events, for art projects in the less organized. I've had a conversation with Director Christie and his team prior, so that's it.
Excellent, and as the subject line says, modeled off of the City of Toronto's Neighborhood Grants Community Micro Grants Program. All those in favor? Opposed? Don't need a seconder for this. Or wait, we do. So Councilor Dodge seconded it. Sorry, Councilor Ratzlaff. Are there any other report requests for the next meeting? Well, not necessarily for the next meeting, but report requests. Seeing none.
Mr. Mayor, just a quick question. I had asked for a report request before on how we can deal with and support community groups. Would this be tied together with what Councilor McPherson has requested, or is that more specific?
Yeah, I think this one is a little bit different, Councillor. I appreciate, and whatever comes through that may wind up being a part of your report, but I do think they are different.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate that. Item 13 is community and task force minutes. Council receive and file the minutes of the Fallen Firefighters Memorial Task Force minutes of December 13th, 2022 as presented. Mover and a seconder. Councillor Miller, Councillor Phillips. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Closed session. I will now look to the clerk for why we're going into closed.
So the motion to go into closed session is for financial management services, property acquisition, Port Weller East access options for 92 Parkside Drive. It's a closed session pursuant to Municipal Act Section 239(2)C, a proposer pending acquisition of land or by the municipality or local board.
All those, I need a motion to go in camera. Miller, Dodge, all those in favor? Opposed? In we go. time. Council is called back to order after the in-camera session. We have a motion on the floor that council approve the staff recommendation contained in report FMS 044-2023 regarding Port Weller East access 92 Parkside Drive. That's moved by Councillor Dodge, seconded by Councillor Phillips. And I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
No.
Councillor Kushner. Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes?
And that's carried.
All right, we are into bylaws. The bylaws listed on the council agenda Zeta L be read a first time, considered and passed, and they be signed and executed by the mayor and the clerk. Mover and a seconder, Councillor Phillips, Councillor Garcia, all of those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. We have an additional bylaw, that the following additional bylaw A, be read a first time, considered and passed. A bylaw to authorize the acceptance of a conveyance of certain lands from Grey Forest Homes Limited. One reading with respect to 92 Parkside Drive to be considered by council. Can I have a councillor to move the motion? Councillor Phillips, and seconded by Councillor Dodge. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And that there be no further items of business, this meeting be adjourned. Moved by Councillor Williamson, seconded by Councillor Lindell. All in favor? Good night now.